Hello. Welcome back, everybody, to your Football Guys family. I got Bob Harris. This direction? Bob Harris. I got Matt Waldman, Sigmund Bloom here. We're going to be joined by a cavalcade of guests as we get back together. We break up the monotony of the off season with a big football event and time spent with friends that we cherish. Bob, I know you took a little overseas trip and you've cleared it all out. Are you ready to re-obsess about football after everything we're going to see tonight?
I am, and I'm like kind of glancing over my computer monitor at the television screen and seeing the 250,000 people who are on hand for the draft in a city of 100,000. This is quite a infusion of population. I've been to a bunch of these drafts since they started doing them in Chicago in 2016. I've been to most of them. Last couple of years I've skipped, and it's a pretty big party, but I've never seen one in as condensed an area as this. Overall, it should be an interesting, exciting night.
Yeah, Green Bay, the place to be, and Matt Waldman's bunker is always the place to be. Matt, is it a sense of relief? I mean, not just the relief of the RSP, but you've put a lot into understanding these players. Is it gratifying to watch their pro careers get off to its beginning, at least some of them tonight?
I think it's just enjoyable to see the beginnings of things and really get a chance to celebrate football a little bit with friends. And this is certainly a Thanksgiving table that I would enjoy having at one time or another down the line. That of the people that we're going to have joining us, it certainly would be the most unusual Thanksgiving table that I could ever imagine, which would actually make me I would be very pleased to be a part of. But yeah, I mean, from a football standpoint, I think that the origin stories are the most interesting thing because, last year we had the whole Michael Penix was the worst pick ever, and now we see that that's been turned a little bit upside down, or where like we could go all the way back to something as far as Ricky Williams and how someone sold a whole draft to get him, so. Sometimes there's a lot of hoopla over these players. Sometimes these players are written off before they even got onto a field. And sometimes, they're just deemed irrelevant. And now suddenly they're one of the 12 best quarterbacks in the league playing for the San Francisco 49ers. So I think that that's what makes this so much fun, is that it's just another thickening of the plot.
Yeah, I always like to say it's a cliffhanger that is just the opening to more cliffhangers because we get to watch the pro careers. Speaking of football friends, this year we want to get off this broadcast, this wonderful night together with someone I like to call the mayor of Football Guys. And while this might be a strange Thanksgiving table, it's a friendly Thanksgiving table, and that has a lot to do with our fearless leader, Joe Bryant. So he's going to throw out the first pitch tonight before we get down to business. Hey, Joe.
Thank you, guys. Matt, you nailed it, buddy. The Thanksgiving table is like the perfect picture of what I think on this, for primarily just because that seems like my overriding thought I have right now is this thankfulness. I'm grateful for this, and it feels funny, right, to be grateful for like a product or a game, but I think we all see it as this is way bigger than just a game. I mean, I'm thankful for the small break of the off season, if there even is an off season anymore. Matt, I know you haven't been doing anything at all the last 3 months or so.
No.
6 months. But the quote off season, the break from that, and this always feels like the kickoff to us. I think this when the season feels like it really starts in earnest. But I'm thankful for that returning. But I'm thankful also in a huge way to this group right here. I mean, we have, I think, hands down, the best staff in fantasy football. The brain power, the knowledge, but not just that, just the quality of people. I feel so thankful and grateful to have this kind of staff that I get to be a part of and get to work with. So thank you to you guys and all these guests and all the tons of other folks that are behind the scenes that make this happen, and put all this together. And probably the biggest thing, I know I speak for all of us here, is I'm thankful for our audience here. I mean, we don't this would be just the four of us sitting around, a bar talking if it weren't for that. So, I mean, I'm thankful for each and every person that's going to listen, that's listening now, watching now, that's going to watch this, in the next few days. We wouldn't be able to do what we get to do. I think, again, I speak for y'all. I feel like I've got a dream job. And the reason I have that is because of the folks watching and listening to this. So thank you to y'all. We're going to, I can promise you, we won't know how. Like I said, you're exactly right, Mike. The Penixes, people were dead set adamant last year and turned out not to be so right. A few months later, we'll miss some for sure. The one thing I'm certain I'm going to be right about, though, is we're going to do everything we can to bring the folks listening and reading this a great season of football this year.
Yes, and that's always with the leadership of Joe Bryant, teaching us how to be excellent to each other for 25 plus years at Footballguys, and we appreciate you getting us off on the right foot tonight, Joe.
Well, you guys get going. I just want to stop in and say hi and say thank you, and I can't wait to sit back and watch y'all do your thing. So have at it, guys. Thank y'all.
All right. Well, the actual official draft is going to get underway, and there was some suspense maybe back in January about who would go number one, and then there was some suspense not necessarily about who was going to go number one, but which team was going to end up with the player going number one, Cam Ward. Now it doesn't seem like there's any suspense there, and I guess let's start, Bob, with Tennessee. Cam Ward, we know there's the pick is going to be Cam Ward, and Brian Callahan is going to get what he wants, which is that opportunity to marry his career to this player. What are your impressions of what you hope to expect to see from that marriage in the future?
Well, I would love to see some progression. I know Matt Waldman has comped Cam Ward to Joe Burrow. Imagine that. It would be great if that's the outcome we get. I don't know if it will be. And I wonder if, if secretly they wish that there was a better option available to them at this point at the position where they have the greatest need. The quarterback thing is always off the rails. I mean, you look at some of the people out there ranking, I think Daniel Jeremiah has him at like the 8th best player. And, he's not right at the top of the list, but the quarterback premium is a thing. And as I sit here heading into this draft, I keep telling myself he's probably going to be the only quarterback drafted. And then, we get it up to that point in the draft where the FOMO starts setting in draft rooms, and owners and decision makers, and mostly owners, maybe in this case, start getting the FOMO and realizing that there aren't 32 starting caliber quarterbacks, and it's time to take a chance on somebody. And they think back to last year. What was the conversation we would have been having about a Bo Nix or a Michael Penix or some of these players that have outperformed expectations? And I think they'll start thinking about that, and some of them will get a little bit itchy, and we'll see some move back up into the tail end. For Cam Ward, I mean, it's good news for the fantasy pieces we're invested in there, but are we really heavily invested in Calvin Ridley, who's going as wide receiver 37 in early best balls? Chig Okonkwo has fallen off the radar for all of us. Tyler Lockett shows up. I don't know that he'll be
Tyler Lockett, yeah.
I don't know that he'll be exciting. He signed with the team last night. I mean, we're mostly interested in the lead running back there, and we're hoping that he gets a robust workload. And I'm not entirely sure that he'll be as lustrous after the draft as he is going into the draft, because a lot of these teams are going to draft running backs that are able to contribute, whether they do or not.
Yeah, and I know one of the things that was floating around for the last week or two was if Shedeur Sanders goes in the first round, it will be because of owner intervention. We'll see. It's certainly the latest on Shedeur Sanders. Again, if we rewind 4 months, there was a debate, or at least a perceived debate, of Ward and Sanders. Now there isn't, and now the debate is, will he go in the first round? But Matt, let's get back to Cam Ward, because those of you who don't get an RSP, what are you doing? But those of you who do know that in addition to each year, you show us where this year's players are compared to the last few years. So I know that when you and I have talked many years about drafting quarterbacks, and I'll ask you something like, would you take this quarterback in the first round, or would you take this quarterback number one? You're very conservative about that, but you do show us where these players rank year over year. So I think at the beginning of the process, some people might have said, I don't know if Cam Ward would have been in the top 6 quarterbacks last year. And now it's considered, some say maybe as high as third in last year's class. In the RSP, where did Cam Ward fall in that illustrious 6 quarterback out of the first 12 picks crop last year?
I think if we're comparing everybody across the board as rookies, not what they actually did with a year of experience.
Right.
But if they're all rookies, then I would say he was just slightly above Bo Nix for me, which would have made him quarterback 3, because Bo Nix was my quarterback 3. So, Ward certainly is that guy who can come onto a team, and if the team has a reasonable amount of weapons and offensive line, it doesn't have to be perfect, but it can't be the absolute disaster zone that the Bears had. If you look at the Bears, they didn't have an offensive line. They didn't have a coach who really married concepts the way that he should have to his players. He didn't even have dropbacks prescribed in some cases for his quarterback, which was just unheard of bad. So as long as the Titans don't have to perform midseason triage on their offense with a new coordinator, I think Ward can at least show up and people go, oh, he's got a future ahead of him. And I'm not talking a Will Levis 5 touchdowns and then looks bad for the rest of his career type of season or career. I think a legitimate multiple games where we see where he could continue to grow and develop into a starter. But if the offense is legitimately bad in terms of scheme, and then we're going to be concerned about whether or not Ward can develop in that environment.
Sig, could I just jump in with the secret weapon, because Matt Batante's not here, and I would like to speak for him. It's Bill Callahan is the piece that we should all be paying attention to. The best offensive line, or one of the best offensive line coaches in all of football, who will have a big say in the success or not of Cam Ward.
No, that's without a doubt.
Yeah, and
go ahead.
And you mentioned Joe Burrow at the top as like Bob mentioned that you made that connection, and of course with Brian Callahan and marrying players' system to talent, we've seen that Joe Burrow has an offense around him, even during the season, that some people would say became predictable. But it didn't matter because it was what he executed best in, and they had the right personnel around him. So that bodes well. And as always, Tennessee offensive line, Bill Callahan, and getting that set up around Cam Ward. Although he is great at freelancing, somebody who is great at this time of year to check in with, who's been spending the first hour with us for many years. Unfortunately, his Giants are almost always picking in that first hour. I'm sorry to say that it's not going to change this year, but maybe he can give the Giants, if they're watching, some advice on how to change that. But your advice for draft night and for the whole draft is to follow Paul Perticchese, who gives us a recap of every single pick, Saturday to Sunday. Paul, welcome back.
Always glad to be here. I think it's going to be a really interesting draft. We thought it was going to be pretty chalk at the top here, but it sounds like there might be some fireworks. So I'm excited to be on with you. Hopefully the Giants don't do anything too crazy like the Daniel Jones year, but I'm excited to be back, guys, with all of you. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, well, we're talking Cam Ward. I guess, if the Giants would have done something crazy, and like you said, we may see some crazy things happen, and traded up from 3 to 1 to get Cam Ward, do you think that's called for? Do you think that Cam Ward rising above this class means the NFL, at least for him, figured out his talent?
Yeah, I think Cam Ward is a guy that I've been a big fan of for many years as he went through the different programs in college. I just think he's a player that offers a lot of the physical traits that we like, but also we've seen consistent development and growth. We've talked for years how at the quarterback position, growth is not linear. And he is someone that has improved steadily over his time in college. He shows the ability to play off structure. This year, he really took the next step, that he does have some of the ability to play off structure. I'd like to see him sometimes remain on structure. I think that's something that we need to see a little bit more of. I looked at him and I think he could be on that Jordan Love plus maybe spectrum is kind of where the style of prospect that I think he is. And obviously we can't judge everything by last year's quarterback class because that's just not fair to constantly go back to what last year was such a unique, special class. But I think to me, he's more talented coming out, in my opinion, than when Bryce Young in that draft class and CJ Stroud. I think he's on the level of those guys, which nobody was really saying that those shouldn't have been guys that were taken at the top of that draft. I look at Cam Ward and think he is worthy. I am surprised the Titans didn't maybe look to get a haul because their roster is a little bit lacking right now, but they've done a decent job in free agency trying to at least fortify the offensive line in front of him. I do expect them to kind of get him some weapons. I think Kyle Williams, his former teammate at Washington State, would be a really interesting pick somewhere on day 2. Give him someone he already has a rapport with. So they're starting to build up that infrastructure around him that I would be excited as a Titans fan to look at this prospect and say, you know what, we don't know if we're definitively going to be back here next year. And we always talk about next year's quarterback class. We don't know what it's going to hold. It's very different now with the NIL and everything else. We don't know when these quarterbacks are going to come out. We've seen guys take steps back. We've seen guys develop. So you can't just always assume the next year's quarterback class will be better. You can't expect it to be sitting there at the top. So if you see a guy worthy of being a high caliber quarterback prospect somewhere in that top 10 upside ceiling, maybe in the National Football League, I think you got to pull the trigger.
Yeah, it's different. The NIL era and quarterback development, and Cam Ward, kind of reminiscent of Jaden Daniels, obviously a tremendous success story. Different programs, different systems, different coaches. And I wanted, if you saw the couch with Thor Nystrom, who's fantastic over Fantasy Life. He recounted the story of Cam Ward, and I just want to recount that for folks listening, watching right now that might not know that Cam Ward grew up outside of Houston. A lot of the stuff, by the way, Dane Brugler's beast and the bio background information, it's just so rich. Grew up like about an hour outside of Houston, was a wing T quarterback. Cam Ward had no interest at all from college football, zero. And he and his dad were going to different, basically tryouts at college programs around Texas and were getting no interest at all. They go to Incarnate Word in San Antonio. And Eric Morris said that nobody even knew who he was. Who's this kid who showed up, I think, at about 230 pounds. So maybe that's part of the reason that he wasn't getting that much interest. And they saw him throwing spirals, 40, 50, 55-yard spirals on the sidelines, and they wanted to know who he was. And I think they offered him a scholarship right there on the spot. Told him, well, you won't be a wing T quarterback here. You'll throw 40 or 50 times a game. He said, that sounds pretty good. And you can see they follow each other, Morris and Ward, to Washington State. And then Cam Ward gets one last year here in Miami. But that's how unbelievable, truly unbelievable, we throw that word around, that somebody who wasn't even a 0-star recruit, he basically had to get noticed on the sideline at a tryout at Incarnate Word, and now is going to be the number 1 pick in the NFL draft. And I think one of the things that we always need to keep in mind, and again, Dane Brugler does a great job with this, on the human side of the draft, almost every one of these players is on a rope bridge made out of faith, their own faith in themselves, people around them. And belief in self is what gets them here, but some more than others. So, Matt, I'll toss it to you after that story and say, you watch these guys, they'll get on your radar. How is the progression you've seen watching Cam Ward over the years, Washington's Incarnate Word, Washington State, and then Miami Cam Ward, and does that increase, or should it increase, the faith that the Titans have that he's the right pick?
I think probably more than anything, the stories, the narratives, the interviews, the workouts will probably do more of that increasing than what we've seen on the film. And I'll say that because when you watch Washington State and you watch Miami, you see a lot of things in common with their offenses. You see a lot of RPOs, you see a lot of screens, a lot of one-step or quick flip kind of drops and distributing the ball. And then you see a deep game that often degenerates into off-structure play. Miami used a lot of 4 verticals in its offense, which means that if it wasn't open immediately, Cam Ward went off script to make things happen, which we appreciate the fact that he can work off structure in that fashion. But what we want to see more of that I didn't see at Washington State and I didn't see at Miami was what we're going to see in the NFL, which is a lot of 2-step, 3-step, 5-step drops with progressions going to the second and third read, quick decision making off of the read rather than the scripted plays of a screen or RPO or the completely unscripted. He's like got the extremes down very well. It's the middle ground that is the big part of the NFL, that where you see moments where it looks like it can be there. But when you look at his drop plans, and drop backs are very important because it's timed up with routes, with timing routes. And when you're not really, your 3-step, 5-step drops sound like, you would expect it to have a rhythm to it. So if you would say it's a 3-step drop, 1, 2, 3, 5-step drop, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When you watch his game, it's like 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's not going to work in the NFL unless you're just running 4 verts all the time, which there's a lot of that with Miami. And I'm not saying that's all he did, but there was a high degree of that. So you're not getting as much from him to see how that projects to the pro game. And what you do see is that the drop back footwork is going to have to be addressed. And it should be. He should be fine with that. You can see him do 7-step drops. And I don't think it's going to be a huge factor in terms of him getting the footwork right. It's just a matter of whether his timing and how he sees the game going from progression to progression, reading the defense while he's on the move without stopping. And that's something that might be a bit of an adjustment for him. So I think you're going to see a lot of good plays from him in his career early on, where he does the fine work off script and that advanced work that he can do. And I think there's some good footwork exhibits with his game, especially when he's moving in the pocket from one side to the other and having to stop and throw the ball. He has some advanced footwork in there that shows that he does work with someone to be able to make sure that his feet are in good order as a thrower. But as a reader of the field, that's where maybe this might slow him down a bit. And if you see inaccuracies from him, it might be because of that big middle ground of the game where the timing and the footwork have to sync up. So to me, the Titans probably see this and think that should be fine. And considering that most teams don't work on any of these things and expect the players to figure that out, they're probably just looking at it as that'll get fixed in the wash. Whether it does or not, well, Will Levis could tell them that it didn't always get fixed in the wash. But that's but teams rely on players to have the maturity, the outlook, and interview them enough that they will figure it out.
So, Bob, I'll throw this to you as we're talking Cam Ward and the Titans. We remember that, and I'm not saying that Cam Ward, he had 5 years of experience. Anthony Richardson had basically 1. But I remember Anthony Richardson basically was given the job. And I don't know if the Colts would do that in hindsight when they see how this has all turned out. And Matt mentioned Will Levis. Should this be, you're the number 1 pick, Cam Ward is the starter from day one, come on? Or do you have him have to win this job?
No, he should come in as a starter from day one. I don't think that there is any illusions of that. And you should grant him that. I guess the questions that I have for everybody is, the decision-making can be shaky at times. Is the team around him enough to carry him through those mistakes? Because it didn't look like it was like maybe Will Levis made too many of those mistakes and made it too hard to recover just from the multitude. But is that going to be an issue for him here in his rookie season, or we're going to have a new GM who's going to be a little anxious with a coaching staff that he didn't hire, the quarterback that he did? If it's not working, could we see it all fall apart in fairly short order?
Yeah, Paul, can Cam Ward elevate a team in year one?
I don't think with the surrounding environment in Tennessee, I don't think the expectations shouldn't be to have a Jaden Daniels like turnaround. I just don't see Cam Ward hitting the ground that fast. I think it's going to be more a little bit of a slow build to build up the rest of that roster. I think this year was about making sure he didn't lose confidence, and that's why they really wanted to fortify that O-line and start to see improvement as this year goes on. But as Matt mentioned before, there are some things that he's still got to develop and work on in a variety of ways that I don't think, and he doesn't have that special level athleticism that is going to, change the narrative like Jaden Daniels did. So there's still a lot of building and growing there. So I don't think we're going to see him, right out of the gate have this strong rookie year. I think we might see some glimpses, kind of like we saw with Drake May last year. I think that's kind of what we're going to be expecting to see. But just because I just saw her come across Twitter, really fascinating that Tennessee must love him, because unless the Schefter report is false, the Giants offered pick 3, next year's number 1, and more picks to just come up 2 spots. And as much as I want the Giants to be good, even if they drafted Cam Ward, I don't think the Giants would have probably exploded up to a playoff team. They potentially could still have been a bottom 5 or bottom 10 team in the league. And you're talking they passed on that. So they could have had pick 3. They could have got one of the blue chippers in Cam Ward, in Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter, the Giants first next year, and other picks. So I think they believe that he could be that high caliber prospect like a Jaden Daniels, like a Caleb Williams was last year, if they turn down that offer.
Trade is in, by the way. We've got a trade with the second pick. The Browns and Jaguars have agreed to a trade. Jacksonville gets number 2 overall. Cleveland gets number 5, and a massive haul is being reported. I don't have the details. Also, the pick is in, and Goodell is walking towards the podium, and there's no real doubt that it's going to be Cam Ward.
Wow. Wow. So, we've talked a lot of Cam Ward. We've talked about expectations, keeping expectations reasonable. And I think you're absolutely right, Paul, that if that is correct, then they must really have conviction about him, because in this draft, there were 3, maybe 4 players because of running back value. There were definitely 3 players that were a cut above. And it sounds like the Jags have come up to get one of them. And it'll be interesting. We'll certainly rate the Browns' choice to trade out of Travis Hunter when we watch Travis Hunter's career. And what's really fascinating, not to take away, by the way, Cam Ward, real quick, small town Texas. Just want to mention a lot of guys in this draft love fishing, not just Travis Hunter.
Right.
We need to get them all Bryant boats. And also he was a drummer in church, came up as playing the drums in church. Cam Ward.
Something to be said for that, I'm told.
Number 1 pick. Yeah, absolutely. So you are the number 1 pick, but certainly the name Travis Hunter, but more than the name Travis Hunter, the name is James Gladstone, everybody. When you become an NFL GM and your first draft decision is to trade up from 5 to 2, which is a significant jump up in this draft. And by the way, the Bears have to be happy about this, or maybe the Raiders. More on that. There's a lot to unfold here. Obviously, the Jags are giving up a lot to move up for Travis Hunter. But I know, I think maybe it was Thor Nystrom who said today, and I don't necessarily disagree with this, Matt, that we're going to look back on this draft and say, how was Travis Hunter not the number 1 pick? And James Gladstone, coming from the Rams, who traded away their first round pick every year for forever, says, no, we're going to trade our first round pick, trade up, probably trade some more first round picks. So in some ways, maybe he learned from the Rams tenure. Well, first round picks are good for getting good players. What do you think of James Gladstone in his first year GM for the Jags, making this bold move up the board?
Well, I mean, it's certainly going to make a mark, and I think that the pro of it is that they must really believe in the player and believe that he can be a massive difference maker right away to give away a haul. Now we're presuming that the haul is a good haul.
I can tell you what it is real quick, Matt.
Yeah, please.
We've got the 5th pick overall, first round. The Browns get 36th pick overall, early second, to 126th pick overall, 4th round, and a 2026 first rounder. The Jags get the 2nd pick overall, 104th pick overall, 4th rounder, and the 200th pick overall.
So the Jaguars got the 26th first.
The Browns got the 2026 first.
Oh, good. Okay, that's what I was hoping.
So they think there's a quarterback this year or next year.
Yeah. So they got 2 first round picks, and they got a high 2nd round pick. out of
They
the
got-
deal.
They
And a
got
fourth.
Right.
Yeah, they got the 36 pick overall, so they got a high second, so they could probably move back into the first if they want.
Yeah. So I mean, the Jaguars are giving away a lot to get this player, you know, and so that tells me that he's going big or going home, because if this player doesn't work out, and this is a team that needs offensive line play, this is a team where the running back experiment, probably most observers would say, has been a failure, even though, you know, you could probably place them in different setups and maybe they'd have some sort of contributor level success, but they're not high-end starters, either one of them. They have one really strong receiver. They just lost their second receiver in Evan Ingram over the offseason. And you know, Trevor Lawrence needs weapons. If you're and the referendum on Trevor Lawrence is still, you know, is still in action there too. So this is a team that they are, you know, you could look at this in one way, say this is a smell of desperation and trying to make a big splash right away, and maybe it's a sell to get people butts in the seats as opposed to actually building a foundation. I'm cautiously optimistic that Cleveland actually got enough picks to start rebuilding a foundation that could be worthwhile for them. And maybe Haslam's learned some lessons there, and the Browns team around him, that they're not trying to make as much of a splash as they are about trying to get as many quality players as they can get. So we'll see. But the bet is this too. The last thing I'll say about it is that this is not a draft that a lot of scouts I've talked to think is all that strong. There's a lot of contributor level players. So maybe you start early, and rather than try and get all these other picks.
It is Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
They took Travis Hunter. There you go.
According to the people out there who know things.
So there you go.
And
yeah,
and Devin Knotts, great leader of Football Guys DFS coverage, talking about now the Browns should trade 5 to 10 for Chicago and get Chicago's 2026 first. Interesting thought. And certainly if Chicago's hot on Ashton Genty, and that would be a move that would ensure that they would get him. But Paul, you know, let's just get back to facts here. Travis Hunter was the Biletnikoff winner and the Bednarik winner. That wasn't even, we couldn't even contemplate that before this year. We couldn't even understand the possibility of that. The name Shohei Ohtani has come up, and I think it's a reasonable name to bring up, and that Hunter kind of breaks the possibilities. So do you, I personally applaud Gladstone, and I'm wondering why more GMs weren't lining up to do this. What's your thought of James Gladstone's massive move in his first draft as a GM for the Jacks?
Well, I thought all along there was two truly blue chip players. If we take Cam Ward out of the conversation, I thought it would have taken a massive haul, but I understand why they did it. As you were mentioning before, I think Travis Hunter is the best player in this draft. I think he's got the ability to be a receiver as good as what Odell Beckham was in his prime, or between that and what Justin Jefferson is. That's how highly I think of Travis Hunter. And if he ever focuses predominantly at wide receiver, I think that could be the ceiling he has. It'll be interesting to see how much offense, defense. I would have to imagine this was a move done to benefit Trevor Lawrence, and he's going to play predominantly on the offensive side and then maybe be a package player, maybe near the red zone or in certain packages on defense. So I applaud Jacksonville's bold move, because in a class that had, listen, a lot of people seem to think from 4 to 20, there's not a lot of difference in terms of the prospects in this class, whether it's Will Campbell or, you know, an offensive lineman like Calvin Banks or Membu, or you start talking about the other edge prospects. There's not a lot of certainty in them. Even Mason Graham, who we once thought was going to be a top 5 guy, has now maybe not even a top 10 guy. So in a situation like this, yes, they paid a bold price to move up. But to me, this is saying we still believe in Trevor Lawrence. We want to try to finally maximize Trevor Lawrence. We saw the impact Brian Thomas had last year, and now we add Travis Hunter to that mix too, and could arguably in short time have the best wide receiver duo in the National Football League. And we're going to try to take Trevor Lawrence to that next level. And if we get him to that next level, no one's going to care about this price, because all of a sudden they're going to become a perennial contender if they could get Trevor Lawrence to that level. So I applaud the bold, aggressive move. It was bold. Pick 36 and the number 1 next year were the main things that they gave up to get there. But I applaud them being that aggressive and getting one of the blue chip players in this class, who I personally think is the best player in the class.
Yeah, I think that, you get one chance to take someone like Travis Hunter, and Gladstone did not hesitate. In fantasy football, this is a fantasy football website, Footballguys, Bob. In fantasy football, is this a bummer? I mean, because this only really came on our radar. And hey, by the way, big points for the day before the draft or the few days before the draft news, because you couldn't avoid this in the last day or so, that the Jags were getting ready to make a big move. So they weren't able to keep this under wraps, or maybe they wanted to get out. Who knows? But this was pretty common knowledge that this was possible. And now here it is that it's happened. But now that we think about Travis Hunter, even as primarily a wide receiver for the Jags, is it a bummer? Is it a bummer for him? And is it a bummer for Brian Thomas? Or are we looking at Liam Cohen with Chris Godwin and Mike Evans and saying, as long as Trevor Lawrence is good, everyone's going to be happy?
I think that I'm going to go back to the great Bloom pre-draft 100. The best receiver in football doesn't just play receiver, right? The best receiver in this draft, and that's our issue. An interesting quote Nick Saban's floating around on the X verse here. Anybody that can score touchdowns is better than a guy who can play defense at any position. As a fantasy manager, I 100% agree, and I hope they take that to heart. I think pairing Hunter and Brian Thomas Jr. would just be a devastating duo, and then it would be on Trevor Lawrence to see what he could do, and Liam Cohen, of course. Boy, that'd be a heck of a group of skill players to work with, and I'm guessing they're still probably not done at running back.
Yeah, absolutely. Travis Etienne, definitely somebody that we could see traded. And Travis Hunter, I'm looking at my app here. It says corner. Did anyone see what he was announced as? Does it matter?
I'm just seeing him announced now. They're listing him as cornerback wide receiver on the screen. So okay. I didn't hear how Goodell called it.
Either way, I've always thought too that no matter what a team's plan is, I mean, I agree with you, Paul, about his ceiling as a receiver. Whatever a team's plan is, once they get a load of what he can do, they'll tear that up and they'll see that they have to get him on the field. Go ahead, Bob.
Announced as a wide receiver defensive back is how Goodell announced it.
There you go. So you were wanting resolution, no resolution, except the resolution is that Jacksonville gets Travis Hunter. And again, South Florida, West Palm Beach. Interestingly enough, and this Dane Brugler, always not a Dane Brugler in the Beast. See, he doesn't like to be reminded of his childhood when they asked him about his childhood. Crime and poverty. We moved to Georgia. He ended up moving in with an assistant coach, I think, for his high school. And then he was a big time blue chip prospect and shocked the world whenever he decided to go with Deion Sanders to Jackson State. That's the highest ranked FCS recruit ever. And what has he done for an encore? Had an incredibly memorable pro career, and now it is the Jacksonville Jaguars and Liam Cohen, James Gladstone announcing their presence with an incredible move. And if Travis Hunter is the kind of player in the pros that he was in college, then no one's going to remember what they gave up. And this also could be one of the situations like whenever the Texans moved up for Will Anderson, we thought, oh, wow, that could be a very high pick for the Cardinals. Ended up being a pick not very high at all. So Jacksonville, in some ways, betting on themselves.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It could be mutually beneficial, where we looked at, if you looked at the height of Michael Vick, you would say, well, the Falcons got Michael Vick and the Chargers got Drew Brees and LaDainian Tomlinson. Yeah. Now that may seem a little lopsided, but there was probably a period where people looked at it and said, oh, they mutually benefited.
Quickly, it looks like we'll see Abdul Carter next, by the way. Giants are not going to go off the reservation here.
As they shouldn't. And Paul, Abdul Carter, I mean, in some ways, I know Kayvon Thibodeau is a player that's been mentioned is potentially available. But if that's the reason he's potentially available, that's okay. As a Giants fan, as a football analyst, how are you feeling about Carter to the Giants?
Yeah, this is the only pick that made sense at this point. Travis Hunter, I said, was blue chip 1. He was my number 1 player on the board. Abdul Carter was the second best prospect in this class. I think he's somewhere Micah Parsons 2.0 because of the conversion from, off the ball linebacker to more edge rusher this year. But I think the bend and some of the explosiveness, especially as he fine tunes his pass rushing skills, could be on like a Von Miller-esque level. So I think this is the clear second best player. You can't let Kayvon Thibodeau and Brian Burns being on the roster deter you from making this pick to reach for a quarterback. I applaud Joe Shane and Brian Dable for not reaching on the quarterback, maybe just to try to save their job. And I applaud Mara for not getting involved and saying a quarterback, just take a quarterback, the best one that's available, take the blue chip player. The Giants' history has been built on elite pass rushers from Lawrence Taylor and Carl Banks to Strahan and Tuck and OC. And this now gives the Giants, you can make the case, they now have arguably the best pass rush in the league with Abdul Carter, Brian Burns, Kayvon Thibodeau, and Dexter Lawrence coming from inside. I think it was the only move that made sense in this position. Maybe there's some whispers that they'll look to trade Thibodeau later in the draft if they don't envision the 50-year option or long-term being there. But to me, he's the clear second best player in this draft class. And to me, there's a major gap between the edge rushers from Carter to any other prospect at the edge in this class. The explosiveness, the bend, the first step quickness, there's still aspects of Carter's game that he could refine and improve, but I think that's going to come naturally as he plays more true edge. And right now, that versatility from playing as a stand-up linebacker at times in the past, I think will serve them well when they try to get all of these pass rushers on the field to get after the quarterback.
Let's roll back real quick, Sig. Jaguars, this Adam Schefter is reporting the Jaguars are expected to play Travis Hunter on offense and defense. They'll be on board. They'll onboard him by giving him a heavy dose of wide receiver while still playing him at his more natural position on defense. It's both positions.
Yeah, and that's how it should be. I mean, he should play 60, 70% on both sides. You can take him off the field on obvious rundowns. It's just that, I mean, he doesn't have to take punishment as a blocker, doesn't have to take punishment trying to make a lot of tackles against running plays, and we'll be fine. He's playing 80% plus at Colorado, and it's times it showed up on the tape. Matt, what would your plan be? Go ahead.
I'm rooting for him, but let's give a dissenting opinion here just so that we can have like a balanced conversation about Travis Hunter. And just understand, I just watched Saquon Barkley talk about his welcome to the NFL moment. I don't think anybody will ever argue that Saquon Barkley wasn't one of the greatest looking athletic running backs we ever saw in terms of strength. And he said, my first welcome to the NFL moment was against Julius Peppers. And he said, and I know I'm strong, but Julius Peppers gets into the backfield as I try to bounce a play unnecessarily outside, and he grabs my arm, and I try to chop through it like I chop through any defensive lineman that I've played at in the Big Ten, and it doesn't move. And then I chop it again. It doesn't move. I'm trying to shake this guy off me, and I realized that I was strong, but then there was grown man strong, and weight room strong doesn't add up to that. And I realized that I needed to call somebody for help if this guy wasn't going to let go of me. And so I say that because it's one thing to play 80 plays at Colorado. It's another thing to play 80 plays like that at both positions in the NFL. And because I'm rooting for him, and he wants to be the next Jim Thorpe or Sammy Baugh. That's great. I hope that it happens, and I hope he can prove it right. But the argument might be from teams is like, well, he's threatening to retire if he doesn't get this opportunity to do both. So we're gonna slow roll him. We're gonna let him realize that maybe one position is more than enough work to be really good at it. But we're gonna give him a chance to do a little bit of both, so that he doesn't feel threatened by the idea that it's not going to happen, and let him decide a little bit. So, and you're right. Colorado is like 3 levels below the NFL. Most teams are. I mean, even the SEC, when you have guys early on go, oh, it feels easier than what I faced in Alabama. And then the end of the season happens, So, well, you could say that, but come on now. You can make jokes about the AFC South, but they are still 3 levels above Colorado or most other teams. So he's a great athlete, but there may have to be a little bit more proof that he can hold up with the rigors of the game and keeping up with what he has to do to be mentally on top of both aspects of the game.
Just an early word on pick 4 is the Patriots will go as expected with Will Campbell.
Yeah, and that's going to lead into the question I was going to have. But real quick on Abdul Carter, North Philly. He was a running back in Pop Warner, and I think his team went to the Pop Warner Super Bowl. It's the same Pop Warner team that system, like the same program that had Kyle Pitts at one point. And he was an off-ball linebacker, as Paul pointed out. And it was actually Micah Parsons. You mentioned the name Micah Parsons, Paul. It was Micah Parsons that he was convinced James Franklin, he saw what James Franklin did with Micah Parsons and said, yeah, I like that. And he was an off-ball linebacker for his first 2 years at Penn State. And just this past year was a full-time edge. And we see the results for Abdul Carter. So I ask you, Paul, as we're hearing about it's Will Campbell, probably. Should it be, the perception was Ashton Genty is the 4th blue chip player. Should he have been the pick here? Is Campbell compelling enough to pass on Genty? Running back value as a position enters into this conversation, or maybe it doesn't because of the quality player that Genty is. What do you think about the choice, the fork in the road that the Patriots are at right here?
Yeah, I think it was a really interesting choice for them because I look at Will Campbell and I think he's the second best offensive lineman in this draft class, only behind Armand Membo, but it's close. But relative to last year, Campbell isn't at the level of some of the top offensive tackles in last year's class. And I think just because there is some uncertainty, I think he could hold up a tackle, but he's not as bulletproof. And a lot of tackles aren't. We've seen guys like Evan Neal fail. So it's not as easy to transition. But I have to believe that New England looks at him and thinks he could stay at left tackle and be the blindside protector for Drake May moving forward. Because if they didn't believe that, or they had any concerns about that, I don't think you take him here. I think you could have then thought about taking the last blue chip player in Ashton Genty, helped out Drake May that way, and then maybe looked to get an offensive tackle at the top of the second. But if you believe what's out there seems to be a lot of people who think we're going to have a ton of offensive tackles go tonight. So guys like Josh Simmons, guys like Josh Connerly, guys, Donovan Jackson, if none of those guys, if they read the tea leaves and none of those guys potentially were going to be there at the top of the second, all of a sudden, if you play that game of, if we take this Genty with tackle at the top of the second, yeah, that might be better than Campbell and who we get at the top of the second. But if they don't think there was a scenario for any of those tackles to fall to the top of the second, I think that's where they might have said, you know what, let's just take Campbell. He's our number 1 tackle on the board. But I have to believe they really like him at tackle because on film only, I don't think he's dramatically better than Connerly or Simmons. I think Simmons might be the best tackle in this class. If he played this year, he probably would have been up there at the top for me. But if they don't think any of those guys are going to be there, I understand them wanting to try to protect it. Just like we talked about the Giants way back when, they weren't set up for Saquon Barkley to maximize his success. New England is not set up right now to maximize Ashton Genty. And we see that all the time. It's a luxury pick that right now I don't think they were able to take the luxury. I'm kind of surprised they didn't look to make a trade. Maybe let Chicago or some other team come up for Genty and see what tackle is available at 10. Because to me, between Campbell, Membu, Banks, I don't think there would have been a big difference between them. And if they could have got a haul, and maybe not the haul Cleveland got from Jacksonville, but even if they could have got multiple day 2 picks, I think that might have helped New England more because I don't see a huge difference between Campbell, Membu, and Banks.
Yeah, that's fair. And that's one of those situations where are you going to play the draft? Are you going to try to maximize the value? But we have the pick. It's not Bob. The pick's not officially in yet, but this is one. I think it was it Doug Maroney? I think who said, the offensive line coach, like, I don't care about arm length. I want to see how you play. Right. And Maroney also recruited Will Campbell. I mean, on some level, Bob, is this just like a Mike Vrabel pick? It's just like, yes, yeah, we could trade 100%. Down, we could get some more assets. They're all the same. Go ahead.
I could have started making the argument for Ashton Genty at 3. Easily, but the thoughts expressed here is, I mean, you have to be in a position to take advantage of them. So I understand that. And by the way, the Browns pick might be in, and it might not be as exciting as we like. So So yeah, I do feel like this was the preordained move. I mean, it's what we've been hearing for the last couple of days. This was going to be the choice. It was locked in. Makes perfect sense to me. Get that tackle locked in to take care of Drake May. That's the guy that's going to carry your team. So I'm not surprised by it, but as a fantasy investor, I would be making the argument for Ashton Genty pretty much every pick from here on out until somebody picks him.
Yeah, and remember, I see that the pick is official now. Will Campbell, big hunter, a lot of hunters, a lot of fishermen in this class. Big hunter, got his first deer when he was 5. Got his first deer when he was 5 years old, and from Monroe, Louisiana, and it was never a doubt he was going to go to LSU. He grew up in an LSU family, and he started a foundation. His cousin, Tarver Braddock, his good friend, died in a deer camp accident when he was 16. So he started a foundation, and for his memory, to carry that on, and he gets to carry that on in New England. What's that? Do we want spoilers?
Do we want the spoilers here?
I don't know. I feel like I should ask the chat room. Chat, do we want
Cecil
spoilers? Would say, react to me, Cecil, on the air for like in the next 12 hours in Denver. Chat, do we want spoilers? Well, no spoilers. Okay, we're no spoilers.
The hammer came down.
See, now this is
Yeah.
This is, and Devin says spoilers. Oh, well, Devin wants, because Devin is a Factory of Sadness. He's an employee there, so he wants his next directive. It's
Keep it coming,
Bob. I know because you asked. You want to. See, I can't. This is why I shouldn't be in charge. Bob, I'm just going to say it's between you and God. You can decide if you want to spoil what's going on.
We'll give it a minute. Let it breathe.
We'll let it breathe. We'll let this. Let this Will Campbell.
It's not an exciting fantasy pick coming up ahead, so we can discuss other things if we so desire.
Okay. Well, Matt, I'll just cue you up the same way I did with Bob. Is this just like a Mike Vrabel? Knowing what we know about Mike Vrabel, is this just a Mike Vrabel pick?
Yeah, I mean, I think it is in the sense that he understands as a former linebacker that the run game is built on the offensive line, and the backs are essentially your favorite icing, and very rarely are they really the cake for that matter, though those biscuits look pretty good if that's what I saw.
Yeah.
But at the same time, when you look at this, Vrabel understands that probably building up the line is the most important thing. That Ramondre Stevenson is just fine. People are going to give you their thoughts on the direction of the wind based on the box scores, as opposed to what actually is going on up front. So if he needs to help out his quarterback, he needs to help out his running back, and they can get good running back play later. And it would be nice from the trade back, much to Paul's point, see if they were capable of doing that. But maybe there just wasn't much interest from teams to be able to do that. And maybe they felt like they knew that they weren't taking Ashton Genty. So they're like, you can try and bluff us into that idea, but that's not happening. And so they probably weren't interested in Campbell.
It's a pretty good offensive line they put together in New England all of a sudden.
Hopefully, yeah. And, that's the type of thing that'll help May. I mean, I think in the succeeding routes, they need to understand how to spell wide receiver, and it's not SLOT. And then they need to be able to, continue to draft talent around him like that. And they can help out with running back too down the line, because I don't think Antonio Gibson is probably much of a world beater as they can get some depth out of that later on.
Quick note. Brian Callahan has spoken and asked if Cam
on
Ward
that,
is the starter.
Go ahead.
He said, we'll see. We don't need to worry about that until September. So thanks.
There we go.
Yeah. Let it breathe. We'll let this moment breathe for Cam Ward, certainly, for everything he's accomplished. But piggybacking off of what Matt was saying, Paul, because again, folks, Saturday to Sunday, Paul's got an incredible draft guide, and make sure you're following him on the socials, because he's going to give you a recap, like what you need to know every pick. So if you could advise the Patriots, because they absolutely need help at wide receiver, Paul. Who's a second day receiver? Who are some names second day that if you're a Patriots fan, now you got to tackle? Who are some receivers that they should be targeting if they've got this class scouted better than Bill Belichick scout receivers?
Well, I know Matt's going to be really excited when I say this, but I think that's going to be Luther Burden territory, because I think Luther Burden is not going to hear his name called tonight. I personally think he's the third best wide receiver in this class, if you count Travis Hunter. And I think his 2023 film was the best of any wide receiver I've seen in this entire draft class. So if the stuff where, everything else checks out about him, I think he's the prime guy at the top of the second round. I'm not as high on Jaden Higgins as some. I like him, but he's more of like my 8th or 9th best wide receiver. So I think Luther Burden's going to be there at the top of the second. We'll see if a guy like Emeka Egbuka falls to the top of the second. But I think Burden is the guy who's going to be there, and he could add an explosiveness to that Patriots offense. He's versatile. He can win at all 3 levels of the field. He should be the guy that New England is targeting at the top of the second round. If you're looking at the wide receivers, in terms of getting Drake May a weapon and getting that New England offense, some pizzazz to it and some big playability, I think that's Luther Burden.
Here it comes.
Yeah, and the pick for the Browns, not a pizzazz pick.
Not a pizzazz
Bob
pick.
was indicating. What's funny is,
Next
in this
pick is-
age where you can bet, yes, in this age where you can bet on the draft, which is still really strange to me. It's one thing to bet on a sporting contest or competition, but this is actually something that people can know and you can bet on it. But Mason Graham, that's the pick, by the way, at number 5 was a chalk pick for a while, but it was to Jacksonville and ends up being to the Browns. Get excited about stuff in the run. He played both ways. Servite. We're gonna have 2 players in the first round from that place in Southern California where he played high school football. Wanted to go to UCLA, never got the offer, and then went to Michigan and almost left, but he's very tight with Kenneth Grant, who also is likely going to be a first round pick. But Mason Graham, dirty work, interior lineman. And he can really defeat blocks, make things hard for the offense. Paul, Mason Graham, give us your 30,000 view of him as a prospect and exactly what the Browns are getting.
Yeah, so he's not that prototypical tackle that usually gets taken at the top of the draft with the elite measurables, the length, fits every single, checks every single box off. The size is only average, but he's got a good frame, good athleticism. He's got really good footwork, the lateral quickness and movement skills for a man his size. I love the initial burst, the power and play strength that he comes off with. The hand usage is phenomenal, but the leverage and the body control and the balance is what makes him a special prospect. He's an interior disruptor versus the run, can get into the backfield as a penetrator as well to get after the quarterback. There's some concerns in terms of the length, and he doesn't have the top level sack production, but I think that could kind of come, right? Look at a guy like Dexter Lawrence, and I know the measurables are very different, but Dexter Lawrence wasn't much of a sack guy in college either, and that kind of expanded upon once he got to the National Football League. I think Mason Graham could be that. What I find fascinating about this is it just kind of shows you the longevity of the draft process, because when the season ended, there was looked to be 3 high-level prospects. It was Travis Hunter, it was Abdul Carter, and it was Mason Graham. And then it was the quarterbacks almost in their separate entity. And then as the process went on, as you just talked about, Graham looked to be the chalk pick. And then somewhere along the way, he started to slipping on boards, and you heard all the negativity about him. And then draft night comes, and it wasn't a surprise. He was back where he kind of belongs as one of the top prospects. Maybe not the true blue chipper of Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter, but literally in the next tier right below. If I had a general big board, he would be ahead of Will Campbell. I understand why the Patriots needed to invest at the offensive line, but I think he's a very high-end caliber defensive tackle prospect, just a different mold stylistically than some of the other guys like Quinton Williams or other guys we saw go at the top of drafts in the past.
And you hope that there's some, maybe not a multiplier, but some bonus points. I'm thinking about Justin Smith and Alden Smith when they were on the same side of the line for the 49ers, that if you put Mason Graham next to Myles Garrett, same initials. And you have to, what does that do to blocking schemes? What does that do with some of the extra help that you're trying to give whoever has to deal with Myles Garrett when you got to deal with Mason Graham right next to him? By the way, Tetaroa McMillan, the other player, went to Servite. Sorry, I should have looked that up. So I would know the pronunciation, but excellent breakdown of Mason Graham's game. And I think it just shows, you see the difference in excitement going from Hunter and Carter to Campbell and Graham. They're helpful. They're players that are going to be long-time starters, but not necessarily the players you think of as typical top 5 picks. And we'll see what the Browns do with 30. Thank you, everybody, and I'm sorry if my New Orleans internet is at all taking away from your draft night experience. And I will try to make it up to you in any way I can. Bob, you're getting excited. Why are you getting excited?
I've been
Bob.
I've been doing a semi-weekly spot on a local Las Vegas radio station where it's easy to fire up the base there with Ashton Genty talk, and that's who they've selected with the 6th pick overall. And kind of like this made the most sense if the Bears didn't move up and nobody else, the Jaguars, there was a little talk about that, that maybe they would have a need. And then, people thought about the Patriots. Everyone started thinking Genty early, but over the most of the course of the last month or so, I think Genty to the Raiders made the most sense. You come in, Pete Carroll loves to run the football. He has Geno Smith, will be very good, right? But that strong running game. And I think from a fantasy perspective, what you love is the Pete Carroll approach to his running backs. Yes. He gets his feature back. He stands by his man. He'll draft another one, right? It'll be a pretty good one, better than we like, but it won't matter until or unless something happens to Genty. And you ask Ashton Genty, and he will tell you he is Saquon Barkley. I think the Raiders are maybe a little better set up to make this pick than some of the other teams that drafted ahead of them. I would have made the argument from 3 on, but that's as a fantasy investor and not as an NFL GM. This one makes perfect sense for what they want to do.
Time to get a new Raiders hat.
Yeah. Well, and this is fun. This is fun for Raiders fans. And, the Pete Carroll hire was fun for Raiders fans and gave the team some credibility for the first time in 15 or 20 years. And now, this is a pick that should really get the team fan base excited because of the alignment. So Genty from a military family, his dad is a commanding officer in the Navy. He actually ended up living in Italy when he was in 7th grade, and played high school ball with Marvin Mims, among others, at Lone Star High in Frisco, Texas. And he has played defensive line in high school. He played safety. He played slot receiver, and then finally running back. So that's kind of fun, when you think about his fantasy potential. And then he went to Boise State, was not that highly recruited, and stayed there, even though he could have got a lot more money to leave, endowed a scholarship in his name for players coming up. So that gives you an idea of what kind of person he is. Matt, I know that there's some concerns about him as a pass blocker. You talk about that and just this fit. We saw Marshawn Lynch really flourish with Pete Carroll. How's Genty going to look?
Yeah, here's the thing. Pass protection is just something that people will look at short term because you would expect them to get better long term. Right now, he can overextend a little bit like a lot of guys, but he picks up A-gap pressure. He misses some green dog blitzes or when he assesses the backfield and then it looks like he's going to, nobody's coming. And then when he decides to go out for a pass and leak out, that's when the linebacker or the safety, comes in. So he's got to be a little bit more aware of the defender lurking there who isn't coming yet. But he's good at a lot of different things in terms of picking up interior twists. He's someone that, he can be a little bit of a step late to earn that square and balanced stance that you want. So he ends up getting beaten to the punch. But he really going to use Ashton Genty one-on-one against linebackers and defensive ends and safeties when you can get him into the backfield early, or you're using him off play action. And the best way that he can block people is to have the defense flow with numbers of 1 to 3 to 4 defenders flowing towards him because they think he has the ball. So from that standpoint, we don't really have to worry about that. In terms of what Jonty does well, look, the reason he's elite as a player, if I'm going to boil it down to one thing, it's that he has stamina to, not only to be able to carry the ball, 15, 18, 20 times in a game, but he also has the stamina to break multiple long runs and do it in a fashion where the energy and power and agility is all there at the end of the run at a higher level than the defenders as it was at the beginning of the run against the defenders, who were facing him there. And that's what he has in common with Lynch. It's what he had in common with Walter Payton, Jamal Charles, Barry Sanders. I'm naming a bunch of different styles of backs. Jim Brown, guys who, some were more speed, some were more elusive, some were more power. But this is, Genty's a guy who wins off first contact, but he's so quick that he doesn't have to deliver a high impact. He's more like a guy who delivers a really quick jab that's disruptive and then comes in behind it with the power shot or the ability to move out of the way and then get a defender in a position where you could probably love tap him as a boxer and he falls down. And that's kind of what Genty's game is about. So the fact that he is the player who can, really carry this team, from a play-to-play basis, that's what makes him so worthwhile. And when you consider the fact that they do have a legitimate quarterback, to Bob's point now, and then on top of that, you have, you look at, say, the other running backs who played in, along this line, last year, Sincere McCormick, look what he did behind this line. So if you're going to argue that this line is, still needs work, you could probably say, well, if Sincere McCormick can do it down the stretch, then I'm pretty sure that Genty is the guy that, we can build around, and we're not going to let him get away from us.
Paul, go ahead. Go ahead, Bob.
Kayvon Thibodeau, they've just picked up his option. They just announced. So a little cleanup on Isle Giants as well. The Jets pick is in and should be announced anytime now.
Momentarily. Well, Paul, I guess it's a two-part question. So we just got this.
Can Brick draft himself, just out of curiosity?
Right. Build your own player on Madden. Paul, briefly, tell me what you think about hearing that Thibodeau's fifth-year option gets picked up. But also, Matt Waldman, I'd like to say he's a wet blanket because I get so excited with my hyperbole, and he usually brings me down to earth. But even Matt Waldman is bringing up some pretty lofty names. Is Ashton Genty overhyped as a prospect? Is it possible to overhype him? Where did your process end up with Genty, looking at him over many classes of running back, not just this one?
Yeah, he was right near the top. It was Bijan Robinson, Saquon Barkley, and Ashton Genty in some order were the three running back prospects that I've rated the highest since I've been doing Saturday to Sunday. And I think so much what Matt emphasized was spot on. And I will just add to the fact that he wasn't even asked to do much as a receiver this year. But if you go back and watch his previous year, he was arguably one of the best running backs in terms of pass receiving as well. So I think that's just another weapon that we're going to see him use in a variety of ways. They just didn't need him to do that. He was such a prolific runner. And every time they gave him the ball as a running back, he mostly did magical things with it. So they didn't need to use him as much this year catching the ball. He is, I know the pass protection, we'll see. If you drafted Ashton Genty to have him pass protecting, you're doing it all wrong anyway. So they're going to get him the ball as a runner, but they're also going to get him the ball in space as a receiver, and then he could use that open field burst, acceleration, the contact balance, the leg drive to make things happen as well. So he is the complete running back prospect. He was the last blue chip player, and as we've been saying, the last week or so ended up being mostly smoke. The chalk players that we expected to come off the board at the top of this draft, the best players, the blue chippers and the guys right below in the next tier, they're everybody that's came off the board early in the draft. So all the other stuff about maybe Gentry was going to fall a little bit, maybe to the Bears at 10, Mason Graham was maybe going to fall out of the top 10. None of that materialized as we got closer to the action, as we got here, even with all the rumors that we've heard. And just circling back on the Kayvon Thibodeau, I 100% think it's the right move. The 5th-year option is only $14 million. If Kayvon Thibodeau hit the open market, he would get more than $14 million. Maybe he hasn't been a great player yet, but he's been a good player. He hasn't maybe had as much, explosive pass rushing, but we're talking about a guy that even if he's a 8 to 9 sack type of player, that is still really good, productive player. And the Giants are not in the business of getting rid of good, productive players. Now, maybe if Carter hits the ground running and is unbelievable and Thibodeau has a big year, they look at the big picture and say, we don't think we could have 3 major pass rushers, but then maybe they trade him at a later date after that 5th-year option has been picked up before that 5th year and they recoup like a day 2 pick or something. So to me, it makes complete sense. I never thought the Giants now have an identity. The Giants now have a strength. It's their one major strength is now going to be their defense and going to be their pass rush. It made no sense to turn around and then trade Thibodeau. And then all of a sudden now you're back to just 2 main pass rushers. You want that 3. You want to send them in waves. And we talked about Carter's versatility. They don't need to take off Thibodeau or Burns to get Carter on the field in pass, when you're going after the quarterback.
Hey, Bloom, just a quick thought here. Just looking on X, one of the guys I follow is I would say he's probably a former quarterback coach or scout for the Eagles. And his thought was on Mason Graham. And I'll bleep out the F or F Monday type of stuff we do, Bob and I do. But Mason Graham is going to enjoy his role under Jim Schwartz as the dude just looking to bleep up.
Yeah.
So, and I think that's really the way that Browns should look at this, is that this is going to be a mismatch guy for them that may not play every down.
Yeah, and it may well be that, Schwartz really fell in love with Graham, and that was the guy they wanted, and they thought, well, they don't have to take him at number 2, and they can recoup some great draft capital. We're going to have to send Paul on his way, but real quick, by the way, to echo what Paul's saying, I think the NFL's come around on slot corner, 3rd pass rusher. These are basically starters. Nickel corner, these guys are basically starters. So it's not to have 3 great pass rushers is a good thing. Last pick, while you're with us, Paul, Armin Membu, the Jets, back-to-back tackles in the 1st round. That's how you build. He, by the way, real quick on him, Kansas City area, came from a Cameroonian immigrant family, spoke French in his household, didn't really start football until middle school, and transformed as a junior in high school. And that's whenever he got on the radar of the recruiting and the college football. And now he's the number 7 pick, and he's a new, probably right tackle for the Jets. Paul, give us your take on him as we send you on your way. And we'll see you again next year in the 1st round, hopefully when the Giants aren't picking while you're on the air with us.
Yeah, I think Membu is a really good pick here. Again, he was a guy that we thought was going to go in this range. You heard some late buzz that maybe Calvin Banks had leapfrogged him, but when push comes to shove on draft night, we see the cream rise to the top. He's my number 1 tackle in this class. I think he makes a lot of sense for the Jets there. They've been looking to try to fortify this offensive line forever. They're hoping last year's 1st round pick, and this finally does that. They want to be a team that can run the ball well. They now have Justin Fields. We'll see how he develops this year. But Membu's got big time athleticism. He can move laterally really well. I love the footwork and the movement skills. He's got really good hand usage. He's got good play strength, plays with good leverage. To me, he's probably going to plug right in, like you said, at right tackle. That's where he has experience. So I think this is a really good pick. They could have went pass rusher. A lot of good ones there. They could have went tight end, but I think those would have not been as important to them as finally trying to fortify this offensive line. I definitely think it was the right pick for the Jets.
Yeah, great pick, and great for Justin Fields, by the way. Buy Justin Fields. I mean, why not? I mean, this might be the best offense. Tanner Engstrand, a disciple of Ben Johnson, is going to get a chance to build an offense for Justin Fields. So again, Paul Perticchese, folks, Saturday to Sunday, Paul's draft guide. I parting is such sweet sorrow, Paul, but I know you and Matt Waldman and I will all be talking in upcoming weeks on your show. So everyone make sure to check that out. And I hope you have a great rest of the 1st round and rest of the draft, Paul.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me on as always. And I'm hoping before the end of the night, Jalen Milroe is also a Giant too. That will be my parting shot. I want Jalen Milroe on the Giants before the end of the night.
Joe Shea's
2+.
just saying that there are players they're interested in trading up for from 34.
And I hope the Dart stuff has been a smokescreen. So Jalen Milroe is the guy that they're looking at.
That's great. And Paul, 2 + 2 = 4.
No, it doesn't.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it as always.
All right.
Panthers pick is in.
So
Ooh,
yeah.
yes.
And this was one that 16 what's his name? Edgar Salmingo. I don't know.
Yep, Edgar.
Salmingo's last name. Edgar. He ran down the 23 mock drafts, and one player was the player going to the Panthers in 16 of them. And we'll see if that ends up being the player here. But before we get to that pick, we are going to bring in, it's not, by the way, but we are going to bring in Dave Kluge, Football Guys own, from the Football Guys show. Dave, welcome. And before we get to, I guess actually let's just get it hot off the presses, because the pick is in, and it is Tetairoa McMillan. So this was not the player that a lot of people were mocking to the Panthers, and that player is still on the board. This is a fantasy football show. We're fantasy football analysts. What is your fantasy football reaction to Tetairoa McMillan, the Panther? And welcome, Dave.
Well, first of all, thank you. This is an honor to be on this stream. I've watched this one for the last few years, so to be here with you, gentlemen, is just a huge honor. But I love this pick for Tetairoa McMillan, and I had stayed pretty steadfast in that pick. I published 3 mock drafts, including one that came out this morning, and I had McMillan go to the Panthers in all of them. It's just exactly what the Dave Canales offense needs. We saw this with Mike Evans. We saw it with DK Metcalf. They need this big-bodied X receiver that can stress defenses out vertically. But what I really like about this pick is now it pushes some of the other receivers into positions that I think they're a little better suited for. They were trying to play Xavier Legette at the X last year, and he's not built for that. I think that they can use his athleticism in the slot a little bit better and then push Jalen Coker out to be in the flanker, where he can just do what he does best and burn defenses down the sidelines. So I like this pick a lot, and it makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, Matt, what is this? And by the way, McMillan, what's interesting is he's been playing with Noah Fifita, his quarterback at Arizona, since they were in 8th grade, including at Serby, where he played with Mason Graham. And he was going to go to Oregon because of how much he looked up to Marcus Mariota. But the coach, Mario Cristobal, who, by the way, in Miami coached Cam Ward last year, left. So he ended up going to Arizona with Fifita. He was the highest ranked recruit in Arizona's program's history. And so to play with Noah Fifita was a big deal for him. And he stayed at Arizona. He could have gotten more money or done more for himself, but he wanted to play one more year with Noah Fifita. What is he going to do for Bryce Young, Matt? How is it going to help Bryce Young as he's starting to turn his career around?
Well, I think that you look at Tet, maybe what is interesting to me is, I agree with Dave that, I think this is a good receiver choice for them. I think he's a starting caliber receiver in short order if he follows the plan that I think most people project for him. And he gives you a little versatility, because if he can't be the X, he can probably be the power slot. So that gives you a little bit of redundancy in case you messed up on your projection for what he is as an outside receiver. And there is a chance that may be the case, because when you watch McMillan, and we're going to bring up Matt Harmon, who does just fantastic work over at Yahoo and with Reception Perception. He's absolutely, if you're not getting Reception Perception, you need to. It's great analysis. It also, but part of that analysis is that it's counting results. It counts the results of routes and whether they got open or not, which is very important, and it's a great layer to have. On top of that, though, one of the things that scouts do that gets a little bit underrated in the face of sometimes analytical analysis is that they look for context for how that separation occurs. And if you actually count how often they used a level of craft to get that separation that you would see from an Ocho Cinco or a Devontae Adams or a player that's a high-level NFL player, you're not seeing that with Tet McMillan just yet. Does that mean that he's not going to be good? Absolutely not. He's it just means that's where he has to develop. So are we looking at a Malik Neighbors type of success this year? Probably not, but I think that he should be able to develop into a primary option, or at least a high-end secondary option in the league. And that gives you options to mix and move around. The worst case scenario is, you could say, if you're just, if you've had a few too many drinks at the bar already and you're an angry Panthers fan, you could say that's all they do is pick these Leggett types, and Jalen Coker, he's kind of a Leggett type who runs a little better routes, but not as fast. Xavier Leggett, he goes up and wins the ball, but can he really separate? Not really.
Is that what we're calling oders now? Angry fans? Is that what we've
calling ogres? I don't know.
Owners.
Owners.
Oh, that was a Freudian slip. That was definitely a Freudian slip.
Ogres? Ogres? Yeah, that probably is, especially when you walk into fine establishments with fun little signs out front and tell them to take it down.
Yes.
By the way, the Saints have gone offensive line, so McMillan's had some wildly productive games, had a 300-yard plus game this past season, and has some high end. But I like the approach here. And Dave Canales, if you're thinking, let's see, when I was in Tampa Bay, we had this one really big guy who was really good over the course of a very long time. And I'm not saying that this is an exact copy of Mike Evans, but the way they've built this team since Dave Canales arrived, rebuilt the middle of the offensive line, put together a super strong rushing attack. Do they have all the pieces they feel like they need on the outside? I feel like they don't. And I'm sorry, Xavier Leggett, but I don't know what he is yet. And I don't know what Jalen Coker is yet. So I would keep reloading. The only one I know what he is Adam Thielen, and he is old. It's still effective and has another year, but I think having a big body player like Ted McMillan in the mix here makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, absolutely. And like all three of you have mentioned, this is one of those places where best player available, need, fit, all kind of lineup, and keeping that momentum going for Bryce Young. And let's not forget how stunning a turnaround it was, because everybody's talking about Bryce Young. You trade him for a second or third round pick or something along those lines, and he comes roaring out of the bye, and now he gets a number one receiver outside in Tetairoa McMillan. As Bob said, the Saints know, even though Derek Carr, and I think I saw a report today that Derek Carr, when they approached him for a pay cut, he said, no, in fact, I want a raise. So, okay, that's an interesting strategy. They take Kelvin Banks. So again, tackle, guard, offensive line, another fisherman. And what I love about some of the stuff that Dane Brugler puts out there is he started out in youth football. He was a quarterback, running back, and tight end. And eventually settled on offensive line. A lot of these offensive linemen, the profiles will say at some point in youth football, they had to play a year or two or three ahead of their age because of how big they were, and also had to furnish a birth certificate. And he was a 5-star recruit. Another guy that was going to go to Oregon, but Mario Cristobal left and ends up at Texas. And the Saints definitely need to rebuild offensive line. Ryan Ramczyk just retired, so that's what happened with Ramczyk. I could talk a little more about the healthcare system in New Orleans, and Michael Thomas, if you look it up, actually revealed some things about the Saints and how they handle players with their injuries. But hopefully,
there's an ogre that I like.
Yeah, what's that?
He's an ogre that I like.
Oh yeah, the kind of ogre you need up front for the Saints, who are really going back to square one. And you have here, but Dave, let's go back and let's talk about some fantasy implications of a few picks we saw before we had you on here, starting out with the Ted McMillan pick. Did the number one overall pick, is it worth more now that Ashton Jenkins with the Raiders?
I know we have differences in opinions on this one, Sig. I see Cam Ward in that same tier as Ashton Jeanty. I completely understand what you're saying, that he's a generational running back and that you can't pay up enough for this guy. But I did a study last year on draft capital and how that kind of coincides with production. And when you look at quarterbacks that were drafted number 1 overall, a big thing for me is how long are you going to be a starter? You know, I don't want to draft a guy who's just going to be in the league for 2 or 3 years and then flame out. And quarterbacks drafted number 1 overall have an 86% chance of being a 5+ year starter. Every other quarterback, it falls off dramatically. You look at quarterbacks drafted 2 to 10, those guys are only likely to start 33% or 33% likely to start 5+ seasons. So for me, I see a lot of safety in Cam Ward going number 1 overall. I see a big 3 in this class, and it's really tough for me to decipher between Cam Ward, Ashton Ginty, and Travis Hunter. I think they could all emerge as the most valuable player from this draft. So, I think I'm kind of on an island with you 3 because I think I know where you guys stand here. But if I'm sitting at the 101 right now, I'd be more than happy to trade back to 103 and just take whoever falls into my lap.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
No, that's fair. And I think to bring up Cam Ward, we haven't talked about him much from a fantasy perspective, but to think about him as a fantasy quarterback, I know one of the comparisons stylistically is Kyler Murray. And Kyler Murray is a quarterback that we had really high hopes for fantasy. He hasn't quite taken off, but the makings were there. And if it's a better passing, like what Matt Waldman talked about earlier, about if he can get some of that stuff that hasn't necessarily come naturally to Kyler Murray, yeah, you're talking Cam Ward. I mean, will he crash the tier with Josh Allen and Jalen Hurts and Jaden Daniels? Maybe not quite that. I mean, would he be right behind them, right on their heels? Yeah, and that's pretty valuable, maybe more valuable than we are estimating right now. And we also get to have Dave Kluge, lifelong Bears fan, for the Bears pick. And as a Bears fan, Dave, were you disappointed that Ashton Ginty was not there for them to take?
If he was there at 10, I would have been more than happy. A lot of the smoke going around about them potentially trading up. I wasn't crazy about that because the trade up price sounded like they'd have to give up that 39 pick as well. And I think when you look at the way this, every draft class is so different. And I think this one, what it might lack in the high end talent, it does make up for in depth. So when I'm looking at the Bears having 2 picks there in the early second round at 39 and 41, I see those as very valuable picks where they're going to be able to likely draft immediate starters. So I wasn't crazy about the asking price to move up. I kind of assumed if they didn't trade up, there was no chance Ginty was going to make it past Las Vegas at 6. So I think the Bears did the smart thing to stay at 10. I don't think they're in a position right now where they should be trading up. I did see the pick come in. This isn't the exact player that I wanted, but this is the guy that I kind of joked around with my friends when we were talking through. They said, how would you feel about this guy? And I said, I wouldn't be crazy about it, but I'll probably wake up tomorrow a little bit more excited than I was going to bed about it.
I think it's an interesting pick.
Go ahead, Bob. Who is the pick?
It's Colston Loveland, tight end from Michigan, first tight end off the board, and to the surprise of many.
And I really wanted Tyler Warren here. I think maybe the fear is that Tyler Warren and Cole Kmet have a lot of overlapping skill sets. Loveland is a little bit more of a pure receiver, so I think that he'll be able to work kind of that power slot more than he will a traditional tight end. But Matt, I'd love to hear your take on this one. Why they went Colston Loveland over Tyler Warren? How do you feel about that?
I love it because I think Colston Loveland is probably the best tight end in this class. And I think that there's a good gap between Ty Warren and about 3 other guys that are behind him. So like the thing with Warren is that if you take Warren and you put him in a Tucker Kraft role and let him work in the, work into the flats, or you let him have a Michael Mayer role where it's like one-on-one coverage in the red zone, then he can give you those athletic type of plays at the catch point, and he can run through you with a head of steam. But if you're looking for someone who's actually going to be a mismatch, not only as a route runner one-on-one and further down the field than what Warren can do, but also as a blocker and actually has sound technique to actually block inline players or box defenders, Loveland is that guy. Loveland, to me, Warren hugs people. Warren has work to do as a blocker. Doesn't mean he won't get there. But I would say the closest guy to the comp that I had for Colston Loveland was TJ Hawkinson, probably the most immediate high-end comp. Who does Ben Johnson have familiarity with? TJ Hawkinson. So, there's George Kittle, which I don't think he's ever going to reach. Then the tier down from that is TJ Hawkinson. And then you could probably add Tyler Eifert when he was healthy. We all remember Tyler a little bit. He was a little bit like a Tyler Eifert in that regard. So Loveland gives you a little bit of everything. With Cole Kmet still being on the team, you can let Kmet be more of a blocker if you want to, and let Loveland be the mismatch, or you can mix and match them a little bit. Or you can do a little bit more with what they do with their depth. So I think it's one of the most conventionally sound picks that we've seen thus far.
And I think what this indicates, at least to me, we've already heard some word that Ben Johnson wants to get Caleb Williams playing under center a little bit more. He's been a shotgun quarterback his whole career. So for them already having Cole Kmet under contract for the next 3 years, then going out and getting Colson Loveland as well, this tells me that they're probably going to want to establish the run a little bit. We'll probably see a lot of 12 personnel out here. And then you've got 2 guys that have that mismatch ability as well, not just Kmet, but Loveland as well. So I think this probably tells me that they're going to run a little bit of different of an offense than they did in Detroit, but I'm excited for it.
I think the personnel there, we should be pretty excited. I mean, between DJ Moore and Rome Odunze, who everyone's got to have high hopes for this year with Keenan Allen out of the way, throw in Olamide Zaccheaus, who makes a nice 3 in this situation, right? And then you bring in Loveland, and we'll see what happens with the backfield. I think we're probably not done there. I think there's going to be a lot of running backs drafted in the next 2 days that are going to be capable of cutting into the workloads of those already there, and especially DeAndre Swift, who doesn't seem to be high on Ben Johnson's list. So I'm super excited about this. I'm super excited about the direction this offense is taking with Ben Johnson on board.
Sig, I think you're muted.
Calling Gene Fremel.
That was for Dr. Gene. Yep, that was for Dr. Gene. We love you, Gene. But yeah, you can run 2 tight end sets and be multiple with the personnel that they have. You can threaten all the levels of the field, but still establish a run. We'll see about DeAndre Swift. But I think now you can see where, if you're projecting, we're looking at this from a fantasy angle, where you're projecting him to be overtaken by Ashton Genty. Now he maybe is joined. You mentioned those picks in the second round, Dave, joined by Quinson Judkins, joined by somebody maybe in the 3rd round or 4th round. And he's still going to be in a Ben Johnson running game. And again, in this offense. And as far as Loveland going ahead of Warren, there was a lot of buzz about Loveland being ahead of Warren on many teams' boards, and exactly for the reason that Matt talked about. He's actually the 2-way tight end. We think of Tyler Warren as the warrior because of the short yardage running and because of how rugged he is with the ball in his hands. But actually, Loveland was the much better blocker, and he's the one that gives you that tight end upgrade on the offensive line and in the passing game, and arguably in both areas in a greater magnitude than Tyler Warren. Although a lot of mocks had Tyler Warren going to the Bears, a lot of mocks had Genty going 5th to the Jags and Warren going to the Bears at 10. But we'll get to the 49ers here on the clock. Bob, I'll toss it to you this way, though. You mentioned all that personnel. Does that make this a bit of a bummer for Loveland if you're looking at the value of him now in the next 2 to 3 years for fantasy?
I don't think so. We're looking at, Cole Kmet coming off a reasonably good, like a pretty effective season in Cole Kmet terms. I think they can make all these pieces work, and you hope that Ben Johnson, given the history that he's had with tight ends going back to Hawkinson and through Laporta, can figure this out. And it's not like they have the triumvirate at wide receiver that'll be as limiting a factor. As much as I like Zaccheaus, he's a bit player, he's a role player,
right?
And so I think this is a great landing spot for Loveland. I like it. I like it a lot, and especially because Matt Waldman likes it a lot. That adds to the whole vibe for me.
Well, I just looked it up too, just because I was curious. I mean, the Lions last year, I don't think anybody would say that they had a good secondary tight end behind Sam Laporta, and they still deployed 12 personnel on 38% of their plays last year. So that's a pretty high rate to be playing out of 12 personnel when you got Brock Wright as your tight end too. So now with Kmet and Loveland, you got to expect that number to go up even a little bit higher than that 38% Ben Johnson did last year.
No, without a doubt. And I think, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And I think that you're also just looking for redundancy down the line, and you're looking at a player who also just matches up even better one-on-one down the field. So you get that receiver element who can really attack in a way that maybe Kmet is just okay at. Like Kmet's really good in zone, right? And he's that leak guy that you can get down the seam and you can get in the middle of the field, and he's that good check down option. But now you get with Komet, now you can get really tricky with, not with Komet, with Loveland, you can get really tricky with it.
Yeah, and Ben Johnson's going to know how to use those guys to create mismatches. And real quick on Colston Loveland, small town South Idaho. Talk about humble beginnings. It was and this is for Cecil Lammy, a rodeo kid, rodeo and 4-H, and working on the farm and dirt bikes. That's where Colston Loveland comes from. He also had an older brother, and they said that was really a big thing for him, kind of punching above his weight class, was keeping up with his older brother. He was also all-state. I know it's Idaho, but all-state in basketball. But he said he just felt at home under Jim Harbaugh. That's a good thing, right? When a player's like, yeah, when I was playing for Jim Harbaugh, I felt like I was at home. Wouldn't you think that's a good thing?
I think that is a good thing. And I also think farm strong is a good thing, because Sigmund Bloom once told me it was, except we were talking about Zamir White and it didn't work out that well. By the way, 49ers take Michael Williams, a guy that Matt Waldman likes an awful lot.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a fine pick, because it's not so much that there's the Georgia connection there, but he was, talking to people who have been studying this offensive line class, like Dan Hatman of the Scouting Academy. And he said, he was not a big fan of Abdul Carter. He felt like he has never seen a player like Carter, who is supposed to be as disruptive as he is, have his back to the offense as often as a guy like Carter. And that saying that he's Parsons is a big mistake. He said on the other end, Mikel Williams is the type of guy that scouts are going to love, because he's not really known as an edge rusher compared to some of the other guys, but he is strong. He's someone that has the athletic ability to be an edge rusher at the NFL level, and that he loves to work, and that he is a student of the game who works really hard at his craft. And that, Dan's thought was that in a couple of years, Mikel Williams might be the guy that people look at and go, how come he didn't get more love than we should have thought? And, Williams was a guy I remember even just personally taking as a freshman in like a Devy league, because just looking at what his profile looked like, you could see a Nick Bosa type of player at some point. And here he is with Nick Bosa, so this is going to be a nice tutelage for him, is to be able to work with Bosa and this strong defense in San Francisco.
Yeah, he's a throwback in terms of that classic 4-3 end frame and physicality. And he was a top recruit. And you were talking about Falcons, and you talk about Georgia. I mean, he was working with Chuck Smith, I think, when he was in high school. So that's about as good as it gets.
Chuck went to the high school within walking distance of my house in Athens for a long time.
Yeah. So that shows you the path that he was on. Michael Williams was going to go to USC, and then they fired the coach. So, by the way, one of the things I want to mention is, there's a lot of talk NIL and players, all this stuff with the Tennessee quarterback. Going through all these bios, these players are really loyal to their coaches. Like, most of the time, the players were changing their commitment. It was because a coach got fired or a coach left for another job. So I'm not seeing that players are just chasing money. I'm seeing that players want to work with somebody that they have a relationship with already. And then when they can't do that, it changes their plans. And in Williams' case, it made him stay home in Georgia. And also, like you were saying, Matt, we could look back and say he should have been with Carter and Hunter, because he was playing hurt last year. He was playing on a bum ankle last year. So whatever we saw last year, we may have not even seen close to the best. I think the 49ers, and like you said, you pair him up with Nick Bosa, and to get this kind of player, we were looking at, and it just shows you the landscape of this draft, because as a prospect, he's in the same galaxy as Will Campbell. He's in the same galaxy as Mason Graham, and you're getting him 6-7 picks later. So the 49ers trying to bounce back here. And just got a couple more minutes with Dave Kluge. I'm glad we got you on for the Bears pick. Let's go back to another big fantasy pick, and I just want to get your take on. Well, let me let you put on your fantasy hat and your Bears hat at the same time. Tell me a running back that you hope that Ben Johnson has targeted on the second day of the draft to get this running game going.
Oh, it's a long shot, but man, if Travion Henderson is still sitting there at 39, I mean, that's the ideal pick. There's so much similarities between he and Jahmyr Gibbs. I think Jahmyr Gibbs, a better player, and that's why he commanded a top 10 pick. That would be the ideal one. I do like Quinshon Judkins as well, but I don't know what their plan is. I mean, we've already seen that the Ben Johnson and DeAndre Swift marriage didn't work out too well when they were together in Detroit.
It kind of worked. I mean, he left quickly after the first year, but I mean, it wasn't like he was totally unproductive. When he was healthy, he got some things done.
Yeah, he was heavily involved in the passing game, but that was the year that they turned Jamal Williams into the ground and pound guy and the goal line guy, and he was getting the majority of the touches. So I think Matt and I, we have very similar takes on DeAndre Swift. The things that he does well, he does really well, but the vision and the lack of patience are pretty frustrating to watch as a fan. So I would love if they could replace him with a similar player. If they can't get Travion Henderson, if they want to wait until round 3 and maybe go after RJ Harvey, another big play guy that can really do a lot of the things DeAndre Swift does. I'm still not ready to completely write off Roschon Johnson yet. I think if you pair him up with an RJ Harvey or Travion Henderson that can kind of take over DeAndre Swift, I think then you've got maybe a great value version of what they've got in Detroit with David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs.
Okay, looks like we have the Cowboys pick in. And this is, we saw Zach Martin retire, all-time great, get his bust ready for Canton, and you get the best guard. Bob, you say you like it. I mean, some people would say, I know Marcus Mosher, who I always enjoy his work, would say like, oh, this is even in this class, 12 is a little early for a guard, but it's clearly the best guard in this class. Go ahead,
maybe
Bob.
a little early, but instead of making some kind of splashy pick and grabbing a wide receiver, which they need. I mean, they need a wide receiver too, and there are still plenty out there. I think this is like you solidify. What do we see teams having great success? What are they doing? They're working on the middle of their offensive line, right? Hello, Tennessee Titans. Hello, Carolina Panthers last year. Hello, Chicago Bears this year. Hello, Minnesota Vikings. I mean, this is the path to success, and I love seeing them do it. And I'm already moving Javonte Williams up 3 spots in my ranking right now. Right?
Until tomorrow.
3 spots until tomorrow.
Right.
Until Bloom, he's got a necklace that looks like it says Zook. So we know that somebody approves. So there we go. I know that's not what it says. It probably says book, but it looks like Zook. So there we go.
I think after day 2, I'm going to go through my fantasy rankings and put a little asterisk next to every single guy who made it through day 2 unscathed without a running back invited to that back room. And then when I revisit after the draft, I have to say, okay, don't overreact to this round 6 running back that ended up here. This guy's going to be just fine.
Yeah. And Booker is a monster, though. I mean, just like watching the highlights roll on him right now, and it's what we already know. And I know the comments on him from some of the scouts out here you see on X is, big, mean. I love that. I love a mean offensive guard. And I just think the war room was really excited. Someone mentioned that in the chat, and I said maybe they're just excited that they were able to keep the owner in check and make a pretty smart pick.
There's something to be said about that. And I think, too, when you look at this, this draft, I really think we're only going to see 3 running backs drafted in the first 3 rounds. I know a lot of people are thinking more. I honestly think this is going to be in the first 3 rounds.
Okay.
I think we're going to see, this is going to be, I hate to say this, but I'm going to play in character for Bloom. And I believe that, that the 4th through 6th rounds, we're going to have at least 3 teams that draft 2 running backs, and you're gonna in the 4th round, you're gonna be like, oh, that's a steal. And then the 6th round, they get someone. It's gonna be like 3 teams make like the Packers when they had Jamal Williams and Aaron Jones, and this is gonna be known as the fantasy draft that people were like thrilled with running backs, and then they got massacred by the picks on day 3.
I feel like last year there was all kinds of guys going late in the draft that people thought were going to be good that I was like not totally sold on. And I didn't expect to have big roles. I'm looking at you, Kamani Vidal. I'm sorry. I just never liked it.
Yeah.
And I know we want these guys to be things. I think this year, and Matt, you can disabuse me of this notion if you think I'm totally off the wall. I think there's a bunch of guys who are going to displace current starters who are going to go way later in this draft and are really going to surprise people.
I think there's potential for that. So, I mean, it's going to be a roller coaster at running back for the next 3 years.
You also have to wonder if the depth of this
Yeah,
class
I
is going to
think-
push all of these guys who might have had,
Correct.
round
Exactly.
3 grades now getting pushed into round 4 or 5 because nobody wants to be the guy that starts the run. They'd rather take the guys at the end of those runs.
Yeah, and why
Yeah.
are you gonna? And when you've already seen that, Devon Achan, a 4th round pick,
Mhm.
or the kid from Tampa last year who was a
Bucky
day
Irving.
3
Bucky
pick,
Irving.
Bucky Irving,
Mhm.
or a lot of the Isaiah Pacheco in round 6. When you look at that, how are teams going to go back and go, oh, do we have a Saquon Barkley or a Derrick Henry on this? And where did they go with teams that have great offensive lines? They're going to pick line early and know that they can get running backs later.
And going back to Bucky Irving, I thought it was really interesting. Skip Pete is the running back coach who wants to limit his primary guys' touches. But when they drafted Bucky Irving, Rashad White, it was coming off of a 270 touch season, and had been a guy. But talking to people in Tampa Bay, who I know, the word was that Bucky Irving was the notice for Rashad White, hit the hole. Right. And then he didn't hit the hole. And here comes Bucky Irving. I mean, we could see a lot of similar outcomes, I think, given the current crop of running backs.
And let's give it up for Dave Kluge for hitting the hole, coming in hot. And everybody, Football Guys show, we're going to bring in his partner in crime here, who's also been pulling the levers behind the scenes for us. But Dave, look forward to talking to you very soon on something that's going to be making people really excited. And otherwise, just being part of the Football Guys family.
Yeah, much appreciated. Like I said, it's just an honor to be here with you guys. And sick. We'll be talking a little bit next week.
And likewise, Dave.
Awesome.
Thanks, y'all. Have a good one.
We got a couple picks in too,
right.
by the way, just so we won't give any spoilers away, but some of them are going to be exciting for us.
Especially with Alfredo being a Miami fan.
Yeah.
Yes.
We should have made a
Well,
deal with
I think-
Clippers on who
I
we
think
should have bet.
the Miami pick is not as exciting as the Indianapolis pick. I'll say that.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. Well,
I
and
mean, they
what
didn't pick Isaiah Bond or Matthew
a-
Golden.
No.
Okay.
Great. You guys get to watch me crash out live on the stream. I'm really excited about it.
So real quick, and welcome to Alfredo Brown, who is extraordinaire on so many behind the scenes, in front of the camera, behind the camera, and otherwise just classing up the joint at Football Guys. We appreciate that. Real quick on Booker, we do need it. Real quick on Booker. Gene said it's only weird if you make it weird. He was from the New Haven area, and he went to a Nick Saban camp when he was 11, and I think that kind of ensured that he, at that point, he was always going to be an Alabama guy. Ended up at IMG Academy. There's some connections to multiple players in this class of first rounders from IMG Academy, and was there with J.C. Latham, who's going to be, starting tackle. They were together at Alabama too, starting tackle for Tennessee. And his career went in college basically the way they expected, a top recruit, another 5-star guy, as opposed to say Cam Ward. And we get a not very exciting pick. I mean, Alfredo, your team took a nose tackle. React to me.
I like it. We need more fat guys on the Dolphins. Honestly, that's all we've been, is just we're speed, we're sexy, we're cool, but we can't make the playoffs or win games. Just give me more fat dudes that are really, and honestly, Kenneth Grant, he's just an incredible athlete too. So this isn't, I know he was on the freaks list. This is not just your typical plug in the middle nose tackle. So I love this. The defensive line has been a big issue for us since we let go of Christian Wilkins, and we've got more pass rushers than we know what to do with, but we can't stop the run. So you want to try to win in the AFC East, keep pressuring Josh Allen, give him pressure up the middle. And try to just get a little bit better on defense. So I like it.
So what do we see Alfredo at the quarterback or at the wide receiver position? Is there a rebound season at Tyreek Hill?
The Dolphins fan in me is saying, I hope so. But all the other logical stuff is telling me, well, you've got injuries piling up. You're getting a little bit older. And we just typically see these older wide receivers, especially when they rely so much on athleticism, the drop off the cliff is fast. It's not one of these things like a Devontae Adams who relies so much on his route running savvy that he can just keep going. And Keenan Allen, everyone's making the joke that he looks 250 pounds and he's a tight end now. Well, he could still produce last year. Tyreek Hill worries me a little bit. And I was talking about it with a friend before the draft. And I was saying, honestly, I'm kind of at the point where I hope we just trade him and stop dealing with the distraction every single week and him casually asking for trades and then rescinding it. I don't know that the fantasy value is quite there for Tyreek, and I don't know that the NFL value is quite there for him anymore either.
Yeah, he was on Greg Rosenthal's list of potential players that could be traded during the draft, and I think we still have to be open to that. And Tyreek Hill's kind of cryptic about it, but that's enough to say. Well, and I think what's interesting, Alfredo, is what you bring up is really the first chapter in a rebuild, or a retool for the Dolphins, and perhaps really rethinking how they win games, because we saw the air really go out of the balloon last year with this fast-paced this offense that could stretch the field out, break off chunk plays in the running game, break off chunk plays in the passing game, and they're now going to be breaking in a new tackle. They didn't want to pay Calais Campbell, so it was kind of telegraphed that they were going to have to go interior defensive line early in the draft. And in this case, need and value kind of intersect here. Kenneth Grant, maybe a little bit on the early side of the range of picks that people expected him to go in, but to a team that needs exactly what he offers. Grew up outside of Chicago, was almost 300 pounds in middle school. So exactly fitting the bill that Alfredo was talking about. And again, what's interesting here is that he and Mason Graham became really tight in their time together at Michigan, and now they both go in the top 13 picks. And Matt Waldman, I'll just ask you, nose tackles, forgotten, certainly underappreciated. I know you were nodding along with the idea of, hey, take a good guard at number 12. That's fine. What about a good nose tackle at number 13?
Well, I mean, I think if you build the trenches, you're a smart team, and that's basically what you need to be able to do. And the skill talent you can get later. If you have this, you're either going to get it through the draft, you're either going to get it as free agents, or you're going to be able to get it as through a trade. And I think that it's just one of those things that you have to be able to stop the run. You have to also be able to dictate mismatches with pass rush. And so when you've got a big guy who can occupy a couple of blockers, that facilitates that as well, so that you can do a little bit more with the twist game and a little bit more with different blitzes. So no, it's a very sound pick. And Bob, we got a fun one to talk about in Indianapolis, which I think is a casting call version of an indie pick.
What is the remind me of the comp for Tyler Warren in this year's rookie scouting portfolio?
Oh, Dallas Clark.
Oh yeah, that's the guy.
Yeah. And it is. I mean, when you look at Warren, yeah. Go ahead, Bloom.
No, I was going to say, and what I found really insightful about that, Matt, or how it helped consider the paradigm, is, again, Tyler Warren, a lot of people were thinking of him more like a gladiator, and that's never what you thought of as the role that Dallas Clark played for the Colts. But this is one where, if you all have ever been in a fantasy league and you just tell your league mates, this is who I'm taking in the first round, even though you're picking like 8th, that was kind of what Shane Steichen did, right? He said, I want a tight end, a two-way tight end. I'll go again. Maybe the better two-way tight end went a few picks earlier. But we need a 3-down tight end. We need that guy. This is one of the most telegraphed picks or telegraphed connections between team and player. But Alfredo, how bad is this for fantasy for Tyler Warren?
If he was a regular tight end, I'd say it's really bad. I wonder if they're going to try to get a little bit more creative with him, use him in the screen game, put him in the backfield. I mean, just getting a backfield where at some point you have Tyler Warren, Jonathan Taylor, and Anthony Richardson back there. I mean, try being a defense and figuring out what the hell they're going to do at the goal line. I mean, that's just insane, especially if they want to try to keep Anthony Richardson healthy, keep him upright, and keep him away from so many of these design runs. Let him scramble and be creative when he needs to. But yeah, it's not ideal, man. I don't know if there was going to be a spot for Tyler Warren that was going to be super ideal when you started to look at it. Jets with Justin Fields and not really knowing what's going on there. Saints were another team. It's honestly, I think the Bears would have been one of the best spots because Colston Loveland's going to hop into that slot role that Ben Johnson loves. So Tyler Warren here, I think, becomes the dynasty tight end 2 out of this class after this.
I
Yeah,
think
and falling-
you could have stopped. You
Go ahead.
could have stopped with the talk of the Warren Taylor Richardson backfield, and I would have been fine with that. But that aside, I mean, we're going from a tight end room that's been, by committee for how long and hasn't really worked. And, just the hope that you have a single player who can maybe provide some value on your fantasy team as opposed to a group of players who are of no help to anybody is kind of like semi-appealing to me, even if I don't necessarily think he's the best tight end in this class. And I don't. But I think there's still better ones out there. But I think this is a decent landing spot just for that reason, because when you have 7 tight ends, you don't really have any.
Yeah, and I think
Right.
with Warren,
That's fair. Go ahead.
With Warren, the nice thing about him is that the way that you talked about him, Alfredo, is how they're going to use him. I think makes total sense because you want to have play action and then have a backside option who's going to be leak 2 in the flat, and that's what he does best. I mean, he's going to, put him in the red zone and you can match him up one-on-one or get an advantage off of play action up the seam a little bit. And he can give you a little bit of that Jasecki type of, go up and win the ball. But I just don't think he's a dynamic route runner. He needs play action. And when you have a running back and a running back plus with a big arm who can also, who has a lot of promise as a quarterback, you get that. I think that he's a good pick overall. I think he fits what the Colts want on several levels, optics-wise, play-wise, what fits their offense. But at the same time, if his blocking, the downside of it could be if his blocking isn't what it needs to be, if they can't get him to function in the offense in the way they want because they expect him to be what Colston Loveland actually is, he's going to be the pick that gets him fired.
By the way, Devin
Yeah,
Knox just wanting to know if Warren can throw better than Richardson is hard.
He can throw better than Browns quarterbacks right now.
He can snap, he can throw, he can run, he can pretty much do it all.
Yeah, well, I'm going to add something to that real quick. So the little bio here, another fisherman, Tyler Warren. His dad, from Richmond, Virginia. His dad was All-State, and his dad's nickname was the Hitman. So if you want to know the bloodlines he's coming from as a football player, he was a quarterback. And also, you want to add another wrinkle? He was an All-State punter in high school. So quick kick.
We thought Travis Hunter was valuable.
Right. Hey, we've seen who was it? Anger, the Brian Anger who went in the 3rd round ahead of Russell Wilson. So some organizations value punting. He also played baseball and basketball. A lot of these players you see that the other sports drop off as they go into high school. He also already has 2 degrees. But could he have 2 degrees in fantasy, Matt? Did you evaluate Tyler Warren as a short yardage runner? And if you did, is he compelling enough? Matt Batanti is going to be joining us for the end of the round here. I love Matt Batanti. He brought up Taysom Hill in the fantasy analysis of Tyler Warren. Do you think that his short yardage running is that compelling?
I love Matt, but no. I like I think Savion Williams is more that guy. He's more of a Taysom Hill. I think Warren is more of a grinder who may be able to give you something on certain gap plays with a lot of misdirection in that backfield, as Alfredo alluded to. So it could work technically, but we'll see how imaginative they get and whether defenses start to pick it out because they overthink it. Now defenses go, oh, they're in that lineup. There's 1 or 2 options that they're going to do. And we know Warren's no good at this one. But if they block it up perfectly here, it's going to work. I think he's Tucker Kraft, Michael Mayer combo, and that's more than good enough.
Yeah. I mean, good enough to justify the pick. But again, in terms of fantasy value, not that this wasn't foreseeable, this landing spot. Alfredo, go ahead.
Are you going to really, you have Anthony Richardson at the goal line? I mean, that's like Josh Allen. I mean, really, are you going to be – they're not giving it to Dalton Kincaid, and Kincaid should be a 10-touchdown receiver at this stage of his career.
No, but they can probably get more creative at the goal line instead of what they've done in the past, and you can start to see some of those Travis Kelce, Patrick Mahomes shovel passes at the goal line that get a little bit more unique instead of just jamming Anthony Richardson right into a nose tackle over. and
I
over.
love that idea. I just hope that teams will do it.
Yeah.
I love it. I think it's a great idea. Ooh,
See Arthur Blank on the phone.
yeah.
Yeah,
we-
you wonder.
Another defensive
Yeah.
tackle.
And this is, and I believe that the pick is
It is
is.
Jalen
in
Walker.
Yes,
for
Jalen Walker,
Atlanta.
pass rusher.
Yep.
And we've been talking about these picks, and like, well, usually with the fourth pick you get this kind of value, but this year this is what you get. You get Will Campbell. Fifth pick you get Mason Graham. But when we're looking at the edge rusher class, maybe there does seem to be some value here. And Jalen Walker was a player that earlier on in the mock draft trends, he was going to the Raiders at number 6 a lot. And then he was the player that was going to the Panthers in 16 out of the 23 final mock drafts. So this is a player that perhaps represents value, certainly for the Falcons, who need an edge rusher. You're nodding, Matt Waldman. This is in your home backyard here. Could this be one of those picks that is the rug that ties the room together for this team?
Well, I mean, I think it's going to help. For sure. And there are a lot of people last year who were like, well, we could have gotten an edge defender and that would have helped us, get to the playoffs.
And they tried to trade for one. They tried to trade for Letu Latu after they got Penix, right? So they tried to make a move and they just couldn't execute the move. So here they've caught up.
Yeah, here they've caught up and they get a dynamic player. And I just think it's fascinating because there are a lot of people who thought Walker was going to go ahead of Mikael Williams. Mikael Williams was actually a surprise pick at this spot, though. If you were to look at them heading to Georgia, you would have said Mikael Williams would have been gone exactly where he was picked. It was just 4 years ago in terms of how people projected it. But I think that Walker gives you a dynamic player. They need more of that on defense. They were really, if their quarterback is solidified, they were one player away from contending. That was what the complaint was last year was, look, why did we get Penix if Cousins, if Cousins is healthy, as our Monday show nickname for him is now Bologna Sandwich. If Bologna Sandwich was healthy, with his arm, then they would have just been one edge player away from being in there. But that, at the same time, they didn't have a quarterback last year, and that bared out. So you can really look at this as 6.5, 6 of one, half dozen of another situation for them. They're on schedule now.
They are, and they get a player in Jalen Walker who grew up in a football family. His dad was a coach at Coastal Carolina and then Catawba, and he's been around football his whole life and really saw under the hood what it takes. And also a singer in the church choir and sings the national anthem at events. I mean, so he's got some good pipes, and Falcons fans should be maybe not singing the blues, getting this caliber player. And like Abdul Carter, like Jahad Campbell, who we may or may not see go tonight, some off-ball linebacker, some edge rusher. Walker can get a little overwhelmed by big offensive tackles as edge rusher, so I don't think he's going to be at home as an edge rusher, maybe more as a blitzer, but certainly a player that fits the bill for the Falcons. As we look back, I just want to, as we're waiting now on the Cardinals, Alfredo, do you want anything that stands out to you from the fantasy picks or otherwise? As we were watching the picks, you were, I know, very engrossed in making our show look great like you always do. But in between all of those machinations, are any wheels turning in your head about these picks?
First of all, that's kind of you to say machinations, and I heard you saying earlier I was pulling levers and whatnot. I'm like pressing one button. It's not all that impressive. But while I was watching it, honestly, it's hard not to look at the Ashton Jeanty pick to Las Vegas and not think that he's just gonna get a bajillion touches in his rookie season. And right now, for as much as we like, honestly, I'm kind of looking at the draft and going, "Oh, great, here it goes again." It's just we get really excited about these rookies and they end up somewhere and you go, well, maybe year 2, it's going to really come around for them. And that's looking at it for a lot of these guys. Ashton Jeanty right now, it looks great. He's going to get a ton of usage in that system for the Raiders. And then so I'm really excited now about Ted McMillan. There was juice that he was going to fall in this draft a little bit lower because of all the speed concerns and whatnot. And now you put him in a Carolina Panthers offense where he could just get peppered with targets. That little area from Jeanty all the way to Colston Loveland is actually kind of exciting for fantasy. Like Colston Loveland becomes sort of one of those sneaky late tight ends that you can draft, kind of like how a lot of people weren't really drafting Brock Bowers last year. I'm not saying he's going to do that, but I keep going back to this idea of letting Colston Loveland just kind of play out of the slot a lot for the Bears offense in that Ben Johnson offense with Caleb Williams, and give him someone that's all reliable while DJ Moore is taking the top off and Roma Dunze is worrying corners out there. I think the offense gets really scary.
Yeah, that echoes what Bob was saying too. I mean, just to the overview would be like, Ben Johnson's going to make the whole pie bigger, right? And if the offense is more efficient, if the offense is executing and using this personnel for advantages, then yeah, Colston Loveland, I mean, there might be more there right away. I think that's a really good thing to point out. And with Ashton Jeanty, and I'm just going to go back to you on this one, Matt, because we reveled in this so much. You know, I call Marshawn Lynch our president, but it's not just the number of touches, Matt, but the Jeanty's going to be the point of the spear. He's going to be the signature player for Pete Carroll. And that's, I think, the most exciting part, and including in fantasy for his future. Do you think that I'm going down the narrative street? I'm on my cloud with rainbows and unicorns, or do you see that?
No, I definitely see it. I think he's, you know, my direct comp for him was D'Angelo Williams. I thought he was prime D'Angelo Williams, which we never really got to see him on his own in his prime because he was shackled to Jonathan Stewart, another fine back. But I think that there's a chance. We'll see whether he can make it out of the 5th round without them drafting, you know, Damian Martinez. Or right. If Quinshon Judkins falls, and now suddenly we have a conundrum. But I think it's most likely that he's going to be the man. And D'Angelo Williams, to me, was a player of what J.K. Dobbins could have been if healthy. So you get a dynamic speedster who can carry the ball a lot, who can give you a little bit of everything. He rarely takes a lot of punishment. And Pete is going to use that. And I mean, you look at what they have in the passing game right now. I mean, it's Brock Bowers and, you know, a slightly tasty side of Jacoby Myers, you know, and that's basically it right now. So, you know, you need a compelling running back for Brock Bowers to maximize what Brock Bowers can be, you know, and I think that they've got that now. So no, you know, he's 1.01, hasn't changed. It's not going to change, I don't think.
Yeah, if the Raiders get a opportunity to score at a Super Bowl from inside the 1 yard line, I'm gonna put my money on Jeanty this time.
I think that's probably
nope.
I think that's a pretty good call. Yeah, I like that. You know,
and I want to say one of the things I like to bring up, although the Detroit Lions wanted to meddle with this a little bit by messing around with the seeding. Division winners will still make the playoffs. Teams often are drafting looking at their division opponents and how can they beat their division opponents. And all of the AFC West, I mean, we'll see about the Chiefs and whether they can finally get back to vertical passing, but certainly the Broncos and the Chargers, you know, these teams are playing, I don't mean this in a bad way because the NFL is going back to this like 20th century football, and Ashton Jeanty could be the difference in these 13-10, 16-13, 2017 kind of games, because exactly what Matt Waldman was laying out, that endurance, that stamina within the play and the stamina over the course of a game. So we got a pick in, Bob. Tell us about the 16th pick for the Arizona Cardinals.
Well, it's not especially exciting from a fantasy perspective. It's Ole Miss defensive tackle Walter Nolan. So as much as I wanted a wide receiver 2 there, Like, I want an offensive skill player every pick. And I'm getting pretty disturbed at all the defensive players going tonight. I'm not going to have much more of it. There's going to be a conniption fit thrown very soon.
Well, I mean, Nolan, they compared him to Justin Madubuike, which is at least on NFL.com. And when you think about Madubuike, what's nice about him is he's got some versatility along the line. He can give you some pass rush ability because he uses his hands really well. You could envision him delivering in that sense where there's game. They use twists and different types of stunts and get him open there, but also that he's someone that can kind of play the long game during a game to set up defenders and then be able to make a big play towards game's end, which is what Madubuike tends to be.
Yeah, and Walter Nolan, some people would say is up there, like maybe just below that Hunter Carter Genty tier as a player. And certainly for those of you playing IDP fantasy football, that we could talk IDP. He's more in the mold of the gap shooter, the penetrator, showing up more on the stat sheet, say, than Mason Graham. However, this is one of those players that I think it's 6 programs in 7 years. He's been with 6, going back to high school, 6 different programs in 7 years. And there was some potential wide range, even higher. I mean, I saw him mentioned in some of the last mock drafts to the 49ers at 11. But Alfredo, I know, we all here are in the fantasy football business, and we haven't gotten a skill player at every pick. But Alfredo, you're having a much better attitude about it than Bob. So I want to ask you, who are some of the players
IDP.
that
Sit in the corner, Bob.
yeah. But as we're about to send you back to the production room to press that button, like the little bird that just goes tweet and pecks. But who are some players maybe that you're looking forward to seeing, hopefully by the end of the night, and excited to see where they end up?
I mean, first one is a guy that a lot of people have is running back too, and I know someone here on this stream does not, but Amarian Hampton, I'll be intrigued to see if he goes in the first round, and then 2, where does he go? Because there's been a lot of heat that he might be going to Denver. And then it's kind of, okay, are we going to step on the rake again? Do we all fall in love with Amarian Hampton? And then Sean Payton's like, sure, here's a healthy dose of Jaleel McLaughlin at the goal line. And so I'm a little curious about what happens there. I think we've got a really good little cluster of receivers here. Luther Burden is the guy that intrigues me the most because I think he's just so damn talented. He does so much that you can't teach. I know Emeka Egbuka might be like the safest receiver left, and Matthew Golden's got potential. Luther Burden just does so many things you can't teach. You put him on one of these teams, especially if he ends up, which I doubt it happens, but if he ends up on one of these teams at the back of the first round, a Washington Commanders, a Buffalo Bills, a Kansas City Chiefs, wherever, Baltimore Ravens, any one of these teams that can utilize him properly and keep his head on straight and keep him interested in the offense, unlike Missouri, then I'm super excited. So those are the guys that really just stand out to me.
Yeah, we'll see if Burden goes in the first round. Hampton should go in the first round, but like you're right, Alfredo, a big fork in the road coming up for Denver. It would be Hampton or Travion Henderson. There's been some late steam on Travion Henderson maybe being the pick for Denver.
You want an Alvin Kamara
And
type
again,
No,
Dave Kluge, Alfredo Brown, Football Guys show, and Alfredo does to class up the joint. And Alfredo, appreciate you joining us and making the show look great for us tonight.
Well, I mean, you guys already make the show look great. I just get to press a couple buttons in the background.
You always press my button, Alfredo.
HR? Joe? Somebody? Anyone watching? No? All right.
I feel like we just watched a portion of The Office here, and Bob has never even seen that show, but somehow he just acted that out with you, Alfredo, as if you were you were the recipient of Michael Scott a little bit right there.
I'm told that Friends
now
and
it's out in the
Seinfeld are really
zeitgeist.
good.
Yeah.
I've never seen any of them.
Yeah.
Gotta go.
Good excuse.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Alfredo.
Awesome. It doesn't, we don't, we live it. You live it, Bob. You don't need to see it. You live it. It's very intuitive. Before we get to another pick off the board, an interesting pick for sure, interesting prospect. We're going to bring in from the Football Guys Dynasty show. And the draft doesn't just mean the draft is awesome. It's Christmas night as we bring in Jeff Bell. But I know Jeff Bell is, speaking of deadlines, he was helping a lot of people get to the tax deadline a couple of weeks ago. So it's a great relief. I'm sure, Jeff, the draft and all this research, everything for the draft, it's just a breeze getting to join us and share your knowledge tonight.
Absolutely it is. And really, I kind of view it as I hit the draft pretty hard in January and February to get that version 1 of the Football Guys rookie guide out. And then I plug into tax season, and then I kind of get to come back and see where shifts have occurred and everything, and getting to jump back in and really dive hard. It's been about 10 days since that deadline that you mentioned. And it really was a deadline. It was difficult to get through tax season this year,
Like
but
a
we made it.
deathline.
And we are here, and we are in the draft, the best night of the year. And I'm thrilled to be here with you guys. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh yeah, it's great to have you. And it's certainly the rookie guide. I'm glad you mentioned it. Folks, you haven't gotten your rookie guide, there will be a 3.0. It's free. It's going to include the post-draft Bloom 100, among other things, which I'm going to
3.0 will not
pushing
be free
to get out on Monday.
So.
Okay,
3.0 guys
see,
behind the
you want the
paywall,
Bloom 100 post-draft? That's it. So you can still go right now and get 2.0. You want the Bloom 100. It's like the Matt Waldman post-draft RSP. If you didn't pay for your RSP, you're not going to get the post-draft RSP. You're not going to get the post-draft Bloom 100 and the rookie draft, rookie guide 3.0. But so much work put into that, and it's just so wonderful to get to know these rookies. And Bob, this pick for the Bengals, it's not an offensive pick, but it is a pick that is going to be very interesting, because depending on your school of thought on scouting, you might love Shamar Stewart, or you might say,
it's an offensive pick.
Well,
that's
right.
What they might
in
think.
a way, it's an offensive pick.
Some
Right.
might. Some might.
I mean,
Right.
the
So-
numbers are freakish, right? 40-inch vertical, 10-11 raw jump, 4.59 40 at 267 pounds. This gives them some flexibility with Trey Hendrickson situation, though, right? So, I mean, it's understandable.
So he's a player.
That's the key point
that,
there, Bob.
Go ahead.
With Trey Hendrickson moving out, I mean, that's the key point there. I think you're going to see that. We've got Green Bay coming up. Jair Alexander might be moving out there. What we see quite a bit in these blue chip positions is when one of these guys that have been major contributors on the team moves on, the team invests a first round pick or an early round pick in replacing them.
And when you look at Shamar,
it looks like
as a
Go ahead.
when you look at Shamar as an athlete, I mean, again, this is the easiest position to teach at the NFL level. You get a decent NFL coach, and a lot of these guys, I mean, do develop. You look at, Daniel Hunter as the most recent example of a guy who was, as raw as grass and basically could develop into a good player. So if you're going to take a shot on a player who doesn't have production, that's the position that the NFL is conventionally going to use.
Yeah, I think that watching Shamar Stewart, and like Bob was saying, I mean, athletically, he's the kind of player that could have, again, joined that top tier. He's that rare athletically. But what I saw, and you're right, Matt, you can teach. So I think there's two things that were a bit disturbing. We look at production, and Josh Norris has given us so much in this our draft lexicon. You could say disruption is production, and certainly there was a lot of disruption from Shamar Stewart. But what I did not see, which I think you cannot teach, is awareness, just basic awareness. And then the other thing, but to your point, Matt, that you can teach is he didn't seem like he had a plan. He didn't really ever seem like he had a plan as a pass rusher. His plan was just out-athlete everybody, which is okay in college. But when you put him next to Trey Hendrickson for a year, so go ahead.
Yeah, it's the Mike Wallace plan, like at Ole Miss when he said, I'm at the Senior Bowl and I learned more about being a wide receiver than I did my 4 full years at Ole Miss. So, I mean, it could be the same thing at A&M. I wouldn't be surprised at that at all.
Well, and
Yeah,
two, when you look
absolutely.
at
We'll see about his teammate Nick. Good.
just looking at it with the Bengals, though, the way they've invested in
Go
Joe
ahead, Jeff.
Burrow, obviously, yeah, investing in Joe Burrow, investing in keeping those wide receivers there. You're trying to play in shootouts is basically where you're probably going to end up. And that defense struggled mightily last year. You're looking for players that can create those splash plays. And Stewart at his ceiling can be that potential type of pass rusher that maybe that awareness isn't such a big deal because you're in back and forth games with Joe Burrow and that offense every single week. And so you're hoping a guy that can just get in the backfield, strip the ball from the quarterback, get a sack, and those types of plays. And we see how disruptive and how big those plays can end up being. Obviously, we didn't see it in college. I think the role that he played in college played a little bit into that, but I think that that's where the Bengals are betting on when taking this pick.
Yeah, and getting him at 17 is different than getting him at 5 or 6. And Shamar Stewart, Jamaican, Matt. So we got Jamaica in the house. South Florida. Didn't get football a chance until he was 12 years old. And, probably the most impressive athlete in the first round of the draft said what motivated him was he was always the last kid picked in gym class. The last kid picked in gym class. And he gave football a chance at 12. And here we are. Other thing I thought was interesting reading what Dane Brugler put in his background is his parents didn't want him to stay in South Florida for college. They preferred that he went somewhere else, Texas A&M. So we'll see his teammate Nick Scorton, and this could be like a Bud Dupree's at Arius Smith situation, Matt, which you nailed back in the day. That Scorton was the one who got extra blockers devoted to him. Scorton was the one who was much more advanced as far as his plan, his awareness, the back and forth that goes on between pass rushers and blockers. So it'll be interesting to see watching those two guys and how their careers go. As they're different archetypes. But Shamar Stewart, and for a team in a Super Bowl window, I think Jeff, you did a great job laying out like, hey, here's his job for this year. Like, we'll get to some of the finer points of pass rush plans and awareness. Just wreck stuff, and you've got guys around you who know how to clean up the mess that you create. So Jeff, we got you here, and again, Football Guys Dynasty Show, rookie guy. So we have had some, even though Bob would have liked to have had more, have had some offensive picks. What stands out to you as you start to think about? Yeah. So Jeff, what stands out to you as you think about the offensive skill players, or otherwise just the draft picks we have seen go off the board, and how it's affecting your outlook?
Yeah, I think that for me, Colston Loveland landing in Chicago above Tyler Warren, I think is one that definitely stands out. And kind of, it's easy to make those comparisons to Sam Laporta and that Ben Johnson offense. And really, when you look at what the Bears would have been running out there in their, whether it be, I know, Matt, you like Olamide Zaccheaus, so I don't mean any slander on his name, but putting Colston Loveland into there and those 12 personnel sets with Cole Kmet as that other tight end, I think is quite a big upgrade over what they might have been running out in their base personnel. So that one stands out.
Yeah, I wouldn't be. I think I'd like Olamide Zaccheaus in the same way that I kind of like, I don't know, vitamins. They're I like them, but I'm not going to eat them for a meal.
Yeah, and then we see obviously Tyler Warren landing with the Colts and all the pass and catching options that they have there. I mean, I think that's going to be an interesting one because we did see the breakout from Josh Downs last year, and we almost arguably saw him pass Michael Pittman up in terms of being the top receiving option there. You throw him in there, obviously Adonai Mitchell was an early pick last year. We didn't get much out of him. We had Alec Pierce had that breakout last year. And then so you've got 4 potential receiving options. You're throwing Tyler Warren in there as well when they're going to be running out Anthony Richardson or Daniel Jones, whatever it ends up being at quarterback. I mean, it feels like a very good football move for the Colts offense. It doesn't necessarily feel like the best fantasy move, but I think right now watching where wide receivers go off the board. And we're kind of in these 10 picks here, 12 picks or so, where if these wide receivers do go in this range, we know that they are going to a high upside passing offense, ideally, because these are all playoff teams sitting here. And then if they don't land in that range, then you're kind of back to the bad offenses that ended up in the top half of the draft. And so that's going to be interesting to see what comes off next here.
And that's Emeka Egbuka to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So everybody in Dynasty invested in Jalen McMillan. If the return of Chris Godwin wasn't enough to sadden you, the arrival or addition of Egbuka should.
Wow.
I mean,
well, go ahead.
That floors me a little bit. And I thought Denver seemed like the perfect landing spot for Egbuka. Obviously, Sean Payton has liked those Ohio State players, and Michael Thomas was obviously very, very productive for him. I thought that Egbuka landing in Denver would have been ideal, but gosh, they re-signed Chris Godwin this year. Obviously, questions about where Mike Evans ends up long term, but adding Egbuka there, you're exactly right there, Bob, on Jalen McMillan, the breakout. I mean, he could still be the wide receiver 3 long term there, but you're definitely not getting the wide receiver 2 with Mike Evans potentially leaving eventually.
Mike Evans.
Yeah. So we didn't even get to mention
1,000 yards for the next 5
right.
years.
And he'll have a 1,000-yard season. Exactly. In 2038, he'll still have a 1,000-yard season.
42 years old.
So let's go back. Absolutely. Let's go back in the 18th pick. And this was one that people had nailed pretty early on. Great Senior Bowl week for Gray Zabel. North Dakota State and Seattle, getting back to basics, I think, with the offense and Mike McDonald and what they're going to be doing up there. I think a great fit for a Clint Kubiak offensive line. Gray Zabel grows up in Pierre, South Dakota. And another common theme, this shouldn't be surprising. Actually, his parents and his brothers, all college athletes. 0-star recruit, though. And he ended up in Fargo at North Dakota State. And the football world started to notice him. And he could have left and gotten a lot more money somewhere else. But he wanted to stay. He could have got a lot more name, image, likeness money elsewhere. And what are his plans? I think he has a degree in agribusiness and has already planted 250 acres of corn. So that's Gray Zabel. So he can play every position basically on the offensive line.
Dude also threw 90-mile-an-hour
guys can help
fastballs
save a
in
game
high
for
school.
you, Bob. I mean,
he was a pitcher, a left-handed pitcher in high school,
and he'll catch 90-mile-an-hour fastballs.
Like this is like for I've been waiting for John Schneider to come to his senses. For some reason, he's had this blind spot, and I can remember talking to Ted Sundquist, the old Denver GM, years ago, and he kept saying, "Yeah, you think you're going to pick up a great offensive lineman off waivers, and you see this kid on the tractor, and he looks really big and strong, but he can't actually play." Right? That those guys just don't grow on trees. And it feels like John Schneider's felt like they grow on trees and that he can just go out and find the latest aging guy. And it's nice to see him add a piece and center guard, probably kick out the tackle as well. This is a good pick by Seattle.
And we know they're flush with picks. The DK Metcalf trade, and they've got multiple picks coming up on day 2. I wouldn't be surprised to see them go back to that offensive line again a couple times here to fill out that interior of that line and really reset that and kind of modeling off those Ravens teams again that McDonald comes from, and setting up the strength there, a power run game, and shifting away from maybe where they stood a little bit with aired out offenses with some of those receivers they had in the past.
They better.
And going back to what go ahead.
I think I love the idea of him at center because you really need an athletic center in this game, and center is one of the most underrated picks. When did the Ravens line turn around? When they picked Tyler Lindenbaum, and they put him at center,
right.
You used him there. I think that really that's the thing. The same with that really solidified the Eagles and made them an elite line is having a strong center and Kelsey and then also transitioning over. So I think it's important to have that early pick. And, it also gives them, again, redundancy in case they have a better center as a backup than a guard and they need to put him at guard. So those are really good options there, and I see that we've got some potential skill picks down the line here too.
Yeah. So, in the other part of that
so
too,
we get to
obviously we
go ahead.
saw they invest in Sam Darnold there, and really what happened to the end of the year of Sam Darnold with that interior of that Vikings offensive line getting caved in. And so, if you're going to invest that money in Darnold and you put him behind an interior offensive line that's really going to struggle, it's going to be hard, I think, to get your money back on that. So, by investing in Darnold, you kind of have to build up that interior. So, I mean, not to go to the cliche, but he doesn't see those ghosts coming up the middle at him.
Yeah, and again, this all underscores that Geno Smith was playing behind a terrible line last year, and he's going to be playing behind a better line, the same line that Ashton Jeanty is going to be running. We get to the 19th pick, and Jeff, you already reacted to it. Although it might be surprising, there was a lot of buzz that the Bucs may go back to the well at wide receiver in this draft, and certainly, there's the idea of drafting for need, but then there's also the idea of making strengths stronger, right? I mean, one of the things I'm gonna do as soon as we're done here is write up our fantasy winners and losers going out at Football Guys. And how much do you love this, Bob? How much do you like this Emeka Egbuka pick for Baker Mayfield?
I mean, Baker Mayfield, I feel like we all consistently underdraft him because we don't believe that he is that top 5 fantasy quarterback that he's been, the last 2 years, playing with different offensive coordinators. He'll have another one again this year. Josh Gazard seems like he will carry on in the tradition. I mean, there's continuity there. You like it. You love the pieces around him. The offensive line is good enough, and Baker's tough enough to deal with it, and love the way he moves around in the pocket as is. So, I think this is a great. This solidifies what Baker Mayfield is. I want to just check his current ADP because I feel like I've been blind spotting him, and I probably shouldn't. But I want to say it's a quarterback 4-ish or 5-ish in that range, and that feels like it might be a little low at any time. Quarterback 5, quarterback 5. So I think, or no, he's quarterback 7 now. So I mean, I think he's a solid value. Solid value. I don't know that Egbuka changes that one way or the other, his presence, because I think there were already good receiving weapons there, and this kind of just piles on a little bit. I would have liked to see the wealth spread out a little bit to maybe somebody who had more need for a frontline wide receiver, and maybe this seems like a long play for the Buccaneers, and maybe less so for us as fantasy investors.
Well, and remember last year there was a point that Cade Otton was their number 1 target, right? So maybe that stuck with them a bit, looking back at last year. Egbuka from Tacoma, his dad was a civil engineer for the military, so he spent summers in Germany. He was a good enough soccer player that he tried out for the he's from Nigerian descent, Nigerian junior national team. Also a good baseball player, 4.0 GPA. But on the field, Matt, on the field, what was compelling enough to the Bucs to take him, even though they have 3 very good wide receivers already?
They probably feel like they're probably not squinting in the first round, so they probably looking at him in the first round and thinking, oh, he could be the next Chris Godwin. Maybe he's a little bit more of an underrated player who can give us a little bit of everything as a receiver. So if you're thinking along the lines of what I often hear, which is there's more to his game than what you saw the past year or 2 years, and that he can be more of a downfield guy and win vertically and be more of a JSN option in addition to a Golden Tate-like option where he can work the middle of the field on slow developing routes, but also win on timing routes, then that's a Chris Godwin-like player. And he could perhaps develop into that. So you get some continuity to give Baker Mayfield weapons behind the aging, duo that they have. And that's what they're going to need, because they're going to have to lead with Baker Mayfield in a division where in 2 years, conceivably, it could be the Panthers and the Falcons competing for that division. and right now it's the Buccaneers who are at the top. But how long is that going to last? And one way of ensuring that is getting a guy like Egbuka. The downside of Egbuka is that maybe he is what you see is what you get, which is a very good receiver, but maybe a guy who fits best from the slot. Greg Cosell talks about him as a Tyler Boyd type. I see him more as, a Puka Nacua type of player, but more of an aspiring Puka Nacua, who you work across the field, who you get him in space, and maybe you're not using him as that primary ball winner, but he can give you good secondary skill and be a sound starter for you for years to come. And I think that that's a safe pick.
He reminds me of a Steelers wide receiver,
safe pick, like
where it's kind of like that Heinz Ward and him. They're not really allowed to do it anymore, but you can see him ear holding a guy, I feel like, or like on a peel back block. He's the type that wouldn't mind decleating somebody. And so I think that he brings that element as a receiver. And I think that as Tampa looks to maybe get back to the run game a little bit or improve that, the breakout with Bucky Irving last year, I think he's that type of player that can contribute and make that aspect of the team better as well.
Yeah, that's right. Not just Baker Mayfield. Bucky Irving's a winner with this pick. I can't remember who it was saying, like, every time you saw a big run from an Ohio State running back, you saw Egbuka throwing a block downfield. And that turns good runs into great runs for fantasy football. Speaking of Ohio State running backs, no, we did not see Ohio State running back at number. Sorry, Bob. We didn't see a running back at number 20. All the talk about Denver taking their running back, it's not a running back. Who is it?
It's a cornerback. It's Jade Barrett from Texas A&M. And like, upon reflection, you're playing in that division with the quarterbacks there having an unbreakable pass defense makes some sense.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to get a running back later. They might even get Henderson in the second round.
Hampton. Yep, exactly.
Yeah, right. And I think, Matt, you were prescient to talk about this. That when you said 3 running backs in the first 3 rounds, not in the first round, that I think if we're putting ourselves in the shoes of the folks in the war room, you should be doing some sort of analysis like, well, if we pass on the running back here, who's going to be available in the next round? And when you're doing that, you're always going to break ties against the running back. I mean, like you said, Matt, until like 4th, 5th round, that's when you start saying like, okay, if we don't take our running back now, then we might really start to see teardrops on our board. But the nature of this class, which has been so ballyhooed because of its depth of future NFL contributors, means there's not an opportunity cost when you don't take a running back. So you think that played into Sean Payton's mind here?
Yeah, absolutely. Because we can talk about Jahmyr Gibbs in the first round, Saquon Barkley in the first round, Bijan Robinson first round, Derrick Henry first round. But then, Devon Achane, 4th round. Kyron Williams, 7th round. UDFA, 7th round. James Cook, not a first round pick. Alvin Kamara, I think 3rd or 4th round pick. Chase Brown, 3rd or 4th round pick. James Conner, not a first round pick. Aaron Jones, 6th round pick. I just read off half of the top 12 in fantasy football last year at the running back position, and half of the top 12 was not a first round pick. So and we could keep going and probably be in there and shoot the Jets. I mean, they have a first round guy in Breece Hall and don't know what they're doing. So, I mean, that's it's just one of those deals. So I think it's important that teams are looking at this and going, well, nobody's picking running backs that early. So why should we? And we're going to be, and they probably have a list 3 to 5 deep. So they may go, we really wanted Travion Henderson, but Dylan Sampson looks pretty darn good in this role, or Trevor Etienne, or, there's like
Brashard
5 backs like that. Yeah, exactly. Brashard Smith. And you suddenly go, yeah, we're okay.
Yeah. And at the end of the day,
so we get to the next pick. Go ahead.
At the end of the day, these GMs, they tend to be risk adverse. They're almost like hedge fund managers and you're sitting there in the first round and they're going to want to take corners, pass rushers. They're going to take wide receivers. They're going to take tackles and they're going to take quarterbacks. And that's what they want to take when they have those first round picks, because obviously the value is there. You get the 5th year on that. Those are blue chip positions, and you're locking that in cost control. And that's kind of been my take on. We've talked so much in fantasy about how many good running backs there are on the board, but just like when you're in a fantasy draft and you're sitting there thinking, we're happy with any of these 6 running backs that are on the board, you're not going to be the first one to take one of those 6 running backs. You're going to hope to be the guy that gets the 6th running back.
Look, man, I'm not here for these defensive guys. This is fantasy football draft night, not NFL draft night. Okay, like I get it. Like
night 2 is
NFL GM is a different job than fantasy GM. We want all the excitement, all the enthusiasm. We were hoping the Pittsburgh Steelers were going to yield something really super exciting in the first round. They still might. They'll have to trade up to do it, like there's talk the Giants are trying to do as we speak these very words. Meanwhile, the Pittsburgh Steelers, Sig, go ahead. Reveal the next move.
Yeah, they get it. They get a Steelers guy. By the way, Jahdae Barron, originally from Corpus Christi, moved up to Austin. Raised by his mom, was going to Baylor until Matt Rule left, and ended up back staying in Austin at UT. There was some talk: is he just a slot corner, or can he play outside? If you see him go in the first round, that team thinks he can play outside. The Steelers, and this was seen as, Shedeur Sanders tweets out today, I'm ready for what's coming tonight, or something like that, which I said, well, he's not going in the first round. He's not going in the first round. That's not happening. And the Steelers were, I think, the team that a lot of people saw, well, if he is going to go in the first round, Shedeur Sanders, it would be to the Steelers. No, it is Derek Harmon, and none other than Lance Zierlein. And that's someone else that should be on your NFL draft speed dial. I think he's over on the NFL Network tonight. Lance Zierlein. Said in the first mock that he put Derek Harmon in, said a Steelers-Ravens kind of player, which I think is a great compliment if we're talking about defensive linemen. And this is a guy, Cameron Hayward, signature Steeler, and here's your heir to Cameron Hayward. So Derek Harmon grew up in Detroit on 7 Mile, raised by his mom, who was sick, had a lot of illness problems. And he said, that's my why. My mom, that's my why. And he wanted to go to Michigan State. Mel Tucker finally, it took a while, finally offered him. He ended up in Michigan State, and then Mel Tucker got fired. He ends up at Oregon. A lot of players really want to play for Oregon, by the way. And all this research I was doing, I found out a lot of players really want to play for Oregon. I think we mentioned more than one player who committed to Oregon before Mario Cristobal left for Miami. But this is a super, super solid pick for the Steelers. Just a perfect fit. And I think that as if they wouldn't have done something risky enough to take Jalen Milroe here, risky at least perception wise, if they were going to go for a quarterback. Jeff, are you surprised that Shedeur Sanders, after talk of him going in the top 3, top 5 at the beginning of this process, back before tax season, now we're checking back in now, Jeff, and it doesn't look like he's going to go in the first round? Does that surprise you?
Well, one of the smartest people I know in the fantasy space, and one of my mentors, Mr. Matt Waldman, has told me before that quarterbacks are the stars of the draft, and the NFL media is a TV show, and they do their very best to make it about those quarterbacks. And it kind of doesn't really match up to what actually happens when we get to draft night. And I think that Shedeur Sanders, obviously walking in as primed to be one of the biggest stars, and of course the media cadre and everything is going to play into that story and all that. And so we see that get ready for that. And then, I think that what I've heard and what I've thought too is the last couple of weeks, people have started to say, well, what's the elite tool here? What is the thing that Shedeur Sanders does that potentially makes him an elite level quarterback? And when you're kind of running it down and there really isn't that, then that's where you're going to see him start to fall.
Yeah. I mean, I think that with Sanders, it's going to be interesting whether the Giants are trading up for him, because he could give you that safest, highest floor, and he can sit for a year behind Russ and Jameis and get a chance to watch there behind a team in New York that has solid trench work, and that could be nice. Or maybe they're going to roll the dice and say Jalen Milroe could be that difference maker, and we want to have him match up, and maybe we could strike gold in the same way that Philly struck gold with Jalen Hurts. So it's going to be one of those two guys most likely if they're going to trade up for a quarterback. So that's it's going to be a fascinating look. And I just got to say, just for a little bit of humor, I find it fun that Kelvin Banks, there's a meme going around on X right now of when he got called and he got picked and the baby threw up. And you could joke that the baby
No.
threw up because he was going to New Orleans. I don't know, but they need Kelvin Banks. So, I think it's a good pick, but
They need Jalen Milroe now.
Didn't want it either. Yeah, maybe they do. Then maybe I'll throw up. I don't know.
That's my thought there with Kellen Moore coming in, grab Jalen
Exactly.
Milroe and make him your Jalen Hurts. And now you've got, hopefully you've got your tackle locked down. Obviously the Eagles have had Lane Johnson there for, it feels like 20 years at locking down that right tackle position. But that's where, you'll solidify that line and maybe you grab your Jalen Hurts and Jalen Milroe.
Jeff, we're gonna have to unfortunately say goodbye to you. If we could fit like the Brady Bunch or the Hollywood Squares, maybe we should look into that for our future draft nights. But tell folks, since we brought it up, and you're working part of the team that works so hard on it, the Rookie Draft 3.0. If you're not a Football Guy subscriber, it might be time to. Why? What's coming in 3.0 if they get behind the paywall?
Yeah, so we're going to update for every player, every team that they're on, and looking at team fits, looking at the way that they're going to work in that depth chart, their path to fantasy production, whether it's going to be a quick path to fantasy production or it might take a little bit of time. And so really customizing those cards. And I've always referred to the draft process as I kind of view it as like you think about a comic strip, how they have like the pictures that they lay on top and kind of you get with that final picture at the end. That's where you're going to get that version 3.0 is when everything's put together and all those clear pictures with just one part of it for the animation is laid on top and you end up with the full complete picture. That's what that version 3.0 is.
It's awesome. Giving us the complete picture at Football Guys and wonderful work on that rookie guide. And I'm proud to have the Blue 100 included in there somewhere with all the great work that's been put into the rookie guide. So folks, get your post-draft RSP and get your rookie guide 3.0. Jeff, great having you here. I look forward to having you here in the future.
It's always great seeing you guys. I appreciate all you guys, and it means a lot to be able to spend this time. Thank you so much.
Oh, all right.
Oh,
well, we're into the 20s now. We're into the playoff teams. And we also have bringing us home. Certainly one of my favorite people, Matt Batanti, who, I think that you're going to give first. I want to ask you as a Jets fan, and as an offensive line appreciator, aficionado, how are you feeling about the Jets tonight?
Well, every movie needs a bookend. Bookends. You got to bookend the line. I think it's fun. I've been watching you guys all night, and it's so funny watching all you guys try to react to these trench picks that don't affect your fantasy teams in any way. And I'm just sitting here racking them up, taking notes. No, it's awesome. I am excited that the Jets have a different sort of crew running it there, but I'm not getting my expectations up high for obvious reasons.
That's fair. Okay, Bob, the laughs of joy. This is a pick for Bob Harris.
This is not a joyous pick.
This is what you were looking for. This is
what I was looking for, but not the place. I'm super picky about this thing.
No,
it's not just like the players are going. I want them to go to good places. Najee Harris is in Los Angeles Chargers, and now he's joined by Omari and Hampton. This was not the desired outcome, sir.
Maybe Harbaugh had some chicken before his before the draft, and now he's going to resort to being a little nervous.
This is every draft. We all know this, from watching it as a fantasy investor is like, why? That question rings out many, many times. I would have rather them taken a different position. I would have been super happy with that. Omari and Hampton, Matt Waldman has some strong opinions about him that, I'm coming to share him, but man, well, Matt, you can tell me it's a great offensive line, right?
Yeah, I mean, if Najee gets hurt, or if they feel like they really want to have a true competition, and and they think for some reason that Najee isn't as good, maybe they have more of a view of him as the way the Steelers had a view of him. But I think that he was better than that. Maybe they're just looking at Najee as a short-term option, or they just want to make sure that they have enough ammunition in store, for this team. But look, as a grinder, he's okay. I think that he'll give you that as a grinder. I know they're going to talk about the high-end speed, but he's going to have to stay through the line of scrimmage on his feet more often than what the highlights show for him to be able to get that acceleration. And so, this is kind of one of those where they must see more in him than I do, and most people do. Yeah, but I would say, at least in an offense where he doesn't have to be a blocker, he can work behind a player like Harris or work in tandem with them. They can kind of ground and pound people for a while, but I don't think it's a great fit either, because right, at least this year, long term it might be, but this year, you're probably looking at it's going to be a bit of a disappointment for folks. It's going to have to be a patience play.
Right. And I'm taking a bunch of heat in the chat
agree.
because I'm lauding Najee Harris. No, I wasn't lauding Najee Harris. I was lauding the anticipated workload of a guy who goes into the 49ers. While they passed, or the Chargers, they passed the ball. I think people thought it was going to be a run-only offense last year. It was not. They threw the ball, but they're still a run-heavy offense. And you think he goes in, and for those of us who are already playing best ball, some of us maybe have been getting a bunch of shares of Najee Harris later than some other running backs with less clear paths to workload. So that's the issue, right? Here's two guys like Amarian Hampton. We had envisioned going to a place where he would be the primary back, right? Maybe he still is, but he's not getting the kind of workload we're looking for. We're looking for that. Who's had
1,000 yards every year they've been in the league?
I agree with you. Najee Harris is the guy. He's been consistently good. He's played with lousy quarterbacks. Sorry, Sig. A lesser offensive line. Matt Batanti, will you attest to that, sir?
Yes, I will.
This seemed like a great opportunity to me. So y'all get off me in the chat. Okay. Climb back on. I'm just kidding.
So we're gonna get to, and we'll see. But I tend to agree with Matt in the sense that Hampton blends in with the other running backs more than standing out. But I want to give a nod to, in as much as I'm sitting here right now, one of the people that really helped touch off my love of the draft and fantasy football and the really crazy deep fantasy football. I think he started the league Goyd on Royds, which is my favorite league. The 2 tight ends, 2 quarterbacks, full IDPs. Robert Wright's in the chat room. And Robert Wright, I have a great debt to you, my friend. And he wants to know, Mr. Batanti, Tyler Booker to Dallas. Give us your take.
I am not as huge a fan of this pick as the highlight film reels and the talking heads. I think he is a fine prospect. I think he's peaked. I don't think he's a super athlete. They say he has elite intangibles. We will see about that. He actually has the most tackle form. He has like the arm length that you would look for usually in a tackle, but I don't think he's that spry. And I don't know. I'm not super excited about it. I don't know if it's a tall order to draft a guy and tell him to replace Zach Martin. So we'll see.
Yeah.
What about
echo what you're saying, Matt? Go ahead.
I was just no, you go ahead, and then I just want him to talk about Zabel.
Great.
Yeah, well, we're gonna go and we're gonna get Batanti's take on all the offensive linemen. Just so we all become greater appreciators of offensive line play tonight, as we always should. But I think one of the takes, again, I'm gonna mention Marcus Mosier and other people are saying like, number 12 for like a guard only prospect, and the reason why that seems to be a bit rich, even in a weaker first round, is the guard, that's for failed tackles. You take a tackle and it doesn't work out, then you can shift him inside to guard. So there are other ways to get good guards than taking a guard that high, unless we're talking about like Quentin Nelson or someone like that. So I think it echoes what you're saying. But yeah, Matt Waldman wants Greg Zabel. We talked about him. He's already got his 250 acres of corn. He's going to plow some great fertile soil for Kenneth Walker and company. Clint Kubiak gets an offensive lineman. Gray Zabel. What's the Matt Batanti take there?
So that was one of the picks I called in my mock, and one of the Dane, I don't know if it's a Dane Brugler fact, but one of those facts about his character was he was offered 6 figures to leave North Dakota and go to Power 5 programs, and he refused to do that. And that speaks to the character, sticking it out with your teammates. He's more of a wall off type of guy than a absolute mauler, but I love a good Senior Bowl story. I love a guy that rises up and makes his money in the Senior Bowl. And just to take a step back to where I met Sigmund at the Senior Bowl, and we would be here scouts talking, and to go back to the Najee Harris discussion, people would say, oh yeah, so-and-so is done. And you'd be like, he's on my fantasy team. Like, and the scouts would just talk about these players, and they have a shelf life that's different than what we in the public eye get. So it's 17 games. If you're looking to make a long run, it's 4 more games after that, right? So I like the comment of they need ammo. And I don't necessarily, we look at these workload conversations as best case scenarios, and it is not a best case scenario in the NFL.
No, I think it's a great point.
No, and Bob, go ahead.
It makes a great point, because I mean, really, you also are just looking at where a guy can decline suddenly, and so Hampton's still a guy that you very much want in your mix, but you're going to have to be a little more patient with him. If you're Omarion Hampton or bust, like a lot of people were thinking that he was like 1A to, Ashton Genty, I would say even though he was picked early, he still might be 3C at this point, just because Harbaugh likes him and he fits a profile of what he's looking for. It doesn't mean that he might get that opportunity right away. But yeah, I mean, it's still a decent pick. You're just going to have to be a little savvier about when you want to maximize the value with him.
Well, Bob, we get another pick. Is this one bittersweet or just sweet for the fantasy GMs out there?
I mean, it's sweetly bitter. I mean, like you would think the Packers, with all the young talent they have at wide receiver, would have developed somebody, or Christian Watson could have turned into a thing. Now we'll see if Matthew Golden, the Texas wide receiver, who ranks 3rd in Matt Waldman's rookie scouting portfolio at the position, can get the job done and become the primary receiver that they just haven't been able to cobble together.
Matt Waldman. I'm gonna have to say that for the rest of the night. Now we've got 2 Matts. Matthew Golden, very fitting. We have another Matthew. What did the Packers get here? And we can talk about fantasy impact. Maybe not as great. They just lost Christian Watson. Probably may not even play this year, to a pretty gnarly knee injury. How much do you think that played into that? Can Matthew Golden replace what they lost probably for the upcoming year with Christian Watson on the shelf?
Yes, he can, because they're looking for really a speed receiver to stretch the field who can run decent routes. And that's what Matthew Golden can do. Now, I know that people look at the statistical models at Houston and what he did at Texas for a while, and that was more function than form. His function was as more of a receiver, a runner after the catch, and an option of the run game. But he's a better route runner than advertised, who can go up and win the ball. And he has better hands than what Christian Watson had. So it works well. And also you get a little bit of versatility with him, that you can put him inside, outside if you want to. He could probably give you a little bit more opportunity to play all 3 positions. And then he and Jaden Reed can switch spots from occasion to capture matchups that probably work best for them. And by the way, I just want to joke around that Mark Murphy of the Green Bay Packers looks like Harley Race's younger brother, if you know who Harley Race was. He looks he looks a lot like that, which I find kind of fascinating. We get a little bonus points for the old time wrestling, but Golden does give you, that opportunity, and when you look at the routes that he runs well, it's better than what the models might tell you.
Javon Walker, the last first-round pick at wide receiver for the Green Bay Packers in 2002.
Yeah. Yeah, this one was again kind of telegraphed a potential of what. Now we didn't know that Matthew Golden was going to fall and necessarily be the pick here. I think this was always the floor for McMillan in mock drafts. But Matt Batanti, let's go back and let's go over some of the guys who would fit in on the pro wrestling circuit, the offensive linemen. Starting out with the first offensive lineman, Will Campbell. What exactly are the Patriots getting here, and how do you feel about him being the first offensive lineman off the board in this draft?
He definitely deserved to be the first offensive lineman taken. He's a tough player. Obviously, there's some arm length issue concerns. I don't know if they're issues. I think he can do the job. I think the Patriots were kind of backed into the pick because they wanted to protect May. In a different draft, in a different year, this player might have a lesser value, maybe not a top 5 value, but he's the guy that could be Zach Martin or Logan Mankins if it doesn't work out for him at tackle. But he's definitely going to play tackle right away because they don't have anybody else. And I think he can get it done. He's a technician. He's a tough dude. It doesn't super scare me as a Jets fan, but it's like a pick they needed to make, you know?
Yeah, and I mean it fits the Mike Vrabel MO. And then a lot of people thought maybe the top tackle in this draft was Armin Membu. So compare and contrast those guys. And again, you know, this is a player who can be, like you said, a bookend.
Yeah, I mean, Membu has that high RAS score. He's super athletic. He played SEC football. He didn't look super excited when he was drafted. I don't know how him and Olu Fashanu, these are guys that help you not lose. I don't know if they ever make Pro Bowls, but they're definitely pro starters, and you need guys like that. I'm not sure if using top 10 picks on these guys is the best strategy, but it is like a shortage of guys. And if everything pans out, the Jets could be looking at a top 5 line in my model. Just that's how it goes when you invest that much, if they all pan out, which is a big if.
Yeah, again, you know, just to piggyback off of what you're saying, I think that it's around him in Pittsburgh and with the Jets. If you're, with the Bears, you're looking at offensive line play and you're looking at offensive game hands, schemes to really embrace his talents. So that one's going to be interesting, just to see if we maybe see some more to his game that we didn't see before. Okay, and then we get to Kelvin Banks, and again mentioning Ryan Ramczyk retiring, and then again the last few days leading up to the draft, Kelvin Banks was going as high as 6th in some mock drafts. Some people had him going as the top tackle. He wasn't the top tackle, but he still did live up to trending up. A lot of people didn't have him nearly that high, Matt Batanti, in the mock draft, say 2 months ago or 3 months ago. Did it surprise you to see him come up that high? And let's add him now to this picture of offensive tackles.
I mean, I think it was well-deserved. You're talking about a guy that won the Outland and the Lombardi. It's really a discussion about height versus wingspan and what you prefer. And certain teams might want both, you know? When you're looking for the ideal guard, does that player look like Landon Dickerson? Is he 360? I mean, it depends on the system. Or is he more like Chris Lindstrom, you know, and he's 295. It depends on what you're running. You know, it depends what you want out of these players. And when you ask me how good Membu fits the Jets, I'm not really sure because I don't know what they're going to run. But if you assume they're going to run like a Detroit type of thing, maybe. But I don't know what they're going to do. No one really does. And I actually like Banks a lot. And I like Fuaga Banks better than I like Fashanu Membu, to be honest.
Looks like we have a trade. Giants are on the clock. Giants are trading back up into the first round. They're on the clock at 25. So that means the Vikings are probably picked.
The picks in right now, at least on the broadcast level.
Yeah.
So we're seeing, you know,
so the Giants have moved back up behind the Vikings, who are talking about trading and did not. The Eagles are have been interested in trading as well, it sounds like, back into the first round.
Wow.
But right now, what we have,
because it's a draft date. Go ahead.
Just like Howie Roseman's been working the phones, is the reporting. The Vikings, that's what the Vikings took a while to get their pick in. because they were talking to people, but the Giants have moved back in, and clearly it would be for a quarterback is what the thinking is.
Yeah, the Jackson Dart and poor Paul Perticchese, who gives us such a great analysis every year. And we also have to see him as a Giants fan. I mean, he was with us when the Daniel Jones pick happened. I think that you let out the heartiest laugh, Matt Waldman, whenever Daniel Jones got picked. And Paul was right there. He was right there in the room with us. But, you know, I think the last thing he said was he hopes it's Jalen Milroe and not Jackson Dart. But we did see more than one mock today from, you know, the mocks that we pay attention to. There's no Rick Goslin mock left out there, but there's a lot that we can piece together, and more than one had them trading back into the first round to get Jackson Dart. But before that, Matt Batanti, we got another tackle guard, maybe. The Vikings, who did have some offensive line problems last year, take Donovan Jackson. So let's talk about, you know, big gap from those first three guys to Donovan Jackson. But is there a big gap in your estimation?
Yeah, I mean, it's a real interesting pick. You might call it a reach at this point, but he's a good player. And both Jackson and Simmons at Ohio State have their fans in the draft community, especially Simmons could have been. I heard your first guest mention that he liked Simmons as the possible OT1 if he hadn't got hurt. And I kind of agree with that sentiment. You know, if that guy caused him tough have money. Jackson, I feel like they have a role for him. They've definitely had a problem at that guard spot for a while, swapping guys in and out. And he's a versatile player. I think that Ohio State program, you're getting professionals. And we talk a lot about how the best ability is availability. And this guy is a reliable player, like a starter. And I think what you're seeing in this first round is the shortage of even decent options along the offensive line in free agency, and teams are just scrambling to fill their lineups any way they can. And once they give out these jobs, they're not really holding out open auditions. These are the jobs.
Matt Waldman, hey, if the Giants are indeed trading up for a quarterback here, I mean, how strongly do you feel that it should be Jalen Milroe and it's not going to be Jalen Milroe? So, you know, how do we feel if it's Sanders, if it's Dart, based on your work? What do we think? Give us our preemptive reaction to the possibilities at quarterback here.
I hope it's Sanders, because I think that Sanders is probably has the high, as we talked about earlier in the show, he has the highest floor of the quarterbacks that are left. He may have a lower ceiling than Milroe, but he's someone that he doesn't make the same mistakes twice in the game. He does a pretty good job of reading coverage. His red zone and black zone work has some hero ball tendencies, but when you look at Colorado, they let him play a lot of hero ball.
It's Dart.
It's Dart. Okay, so let's just make the switch, and we'll go from there. Jackson Dart. Well, I mean, it's too bad. But if Brian Dable had a say in this, and we don't know if he did. We don't know if he did. I mean, I'm not trying to be funny about it. We don't know if he had a say. You hope that he did. Then what he sees in Dart is someone that can eventually become an accurate thrower downfield. But right now, what his game is about is the slower developing routes that work across the middle that they instituted for Jalen, for Josh Allen, during his career, until he figured out his game a bit. But like giving him multiple windows to have a chance at accuracy, to buy some time. He's a good play action executor. He's got decent feet. He can move in the pocket somewhat. And he's got the typical rookie coverage reading types of issues where sometimes the leverage reading's good, sometimes it's not. But from what I saw, when I charted his play, he was very good inside 25 yards with accuracy. And then he was completely scattershot after 25 yards. And it didn't matter whether he was moving his feet to avoid pressure and resetting and firing, or whether he had a good spot to just set up, wait, and throw. So to me, I thought Dart was more of the manufactured pick And from people who've talked about Dart just behind the scenes, I would say the Giants are still in that state of buying a bill of goods when it comes to some of the things that they do.
The reporting is that it was Brian Dable who wanted Jackson Dart.
So there you go. So what he sees in Dart probably is that short and intermediate passing game, and he probably has seen enough to believe that Dart can develop into a downfield player. And with the fact that they do have the makings of they've got they've improved their trench game. They've, on either side of the ball, they've got a top receiver now in the league. With Russell Wilson, who is someone who you could probably say in this axis of comparison, they're a similar style player, maybe not on the dot, but he can watch those guys in front of him and get some time to develop, and he needs it.
Bear with me here, Matt Waldman. Who is your quarterback 2 in the rookie scouting portfolio?
Milroe.
So if you're the New York Giants playing in the same division as the Washington Commanders, you just saw that team take a dynamic playmaker with great running ability, and then he took them almost all the way to the Super Bowl. Why would you not be thinking? I get it. They're not the same player, right? They're Jaden Daniels, a much more proven thrower. But if you're looking to catch a little lightning in a bottle, I mean, if you could see how fast a dynamic playmaker at quarterback can turn a team around, why would you not take the chance on a dynamic playmaker rather than just a guy?
Well, that's the rational question, but you're sitting here in a Hollywood Squares version of a video podcast with a Jets fan and a Browns fan.
I believe
so we
Paul
pretty
Lynn.
much really know.
Can I get in here, by the way, about
please.
Jackson Dart?
Yeah.
His picture's up there. He's got the headband game going on, and we're talking about Canyon Corner, Utah, which is the same high school as anybody. Zach Wilson.
Yep.
And sometimes these decisions get made for marketing reasons, and I'm just going to say it like that.
Yes. I think
although I actually like Dart, I saw him back in USC, and he's a player better than Zach Wilson.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, he is. And I think that he can develop into a decent quarterback. Now, I personally would have loved to seen him get a chance to sit for a few years in the Rams organization, because of what the Rams do with the slow developing routes off play action. I thought that would be good with him. Now you're going to see some throws downfield where he makes plays, at least in the highlight reel. But when you start to really add them up, the consistency isn't quite there. But he can create. He, again, short intermediate passing, which is really the bulk of an NFL passing game. So underneath against cover 2, I think he can develop into a solid starter, and he's not that, he doesn't have the Zach Wilson problems. We'll put it that way. But Milroe, yes, Milroe would have been the higher upside pick. I think probably the better processor, even though most people think he's the worst processor in this class. I think he's the best processor. He's also just, he runs like Matt Forte in the open field. He moves around the pocket as well as Dart, if not better. Very smart player, academic Heisman, big arm. Would have been nice to let him sit.
What about my Tommy DeVito chairs?
Yeah. I actually saw someone with a Tommy DeVito jersey on here in New Orleans. And I mean, what makes sense based on everything y'all are saying and what we saw from Dart and why it would be Brian Dable saying he wanted Dart is that Dart is more like the quarterback that the offensive coordinator can control with a joystick. And like you said, Matt Waldman, that he would be a Rams quarterback, and it would make sense. But maybe Bo was saying in the chat room, and where this you start to get in this pattern like the Bears were in, is we all know that Dable and Shane are 3 steps out on the plank. Hence Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston. And I guess the plan is you hope that they win enough this year with those guys that they get a chance to develop Jackson Dart. But if they don't, Now your new regime is going to inherit a first-round quarterback that they didn't choose. And that's how you get misalignment, and that's how you end up stuck here. Matt Batanti, what do you think about it just from the large scale draft, playing the draft, the way that regimes that know that they are on the hot seat make decisions, and how that can keep franchises in purgatory, at best purgatory, really in hell?
I mean, you're talking. We could do a whole PhD dissertation on this, because we're always talking about tankathon and we have to lose games to get to the top. Well, the teams at the bottom just make good picks. The teams at the top have these high picks, and it doesn't seem to work out for them, despite having the pick of the litter, so to speak. So, I mean, I see all these teams trading down, and I wanted to slip this little fact in that, and I'm not sure if I got all the numbers right, but a Ravens scout said that there were 220 draftable players in this draft that they had draftable grades on, and usually they get about 150 or 160. So you see these teams trading out of the round and other teams trading back in. I tend to believe the teams trading out and getting value are the ones that are going to be paying dividends this year. It's just a really deep class with all the extensions and everything. It's just a really deep class in the middle.
Falcons just traded up with the Rams, got pick 26, and they get the edge rusher Pierce. So that's two edge players for the Atlanta Falcons.
Do we have the terms on the trade, Bob?
Yeah, the Falcons get the 2025 first-round pick. It's number 26. They get a third-round pick this year. The Rams get a 2025 second-rounder, number 46, a 2026 first-rounder, and a 2025 seventh-rounder.
Wow.
A lot.
Michael Penix better be good this year.
He will be.
It's like, who has the luxury of time, and the team, some guys have the luxury of time and some teams don't.
It feels that way. And now you've got the Falcons double dipping, right? They get Jalen Walker, but in Pierce, they get the more pure edge rusher. And Pierce was a player kind of like Walter Nolan, where there was murmurs, whispers about what exactly you were getting here. You knew what you were getting on the field, but he was another player with a large range of possibilities. And I suppose what we see with this trade is that the Falcons didn't have questions about him. And perhaps the Falcons even were debating Walker or Pierce, or planned on taking Pierce and didn't expect Walker to be there. And then as they watch Pierce fall in this second tier of edge rushers in this class, they think, why not? And we'll see. Certainly we talked about Tampa Bay adding another wide receiver. Right. Now we have Atlanta adding another edge rusher. So real interesting. Matt Batanti, what did you hear about Pierce or read about Pierce? How does that inform making sense of this move, including the price that the Falcons paid to get James Pierce?
Well, let me first say I love the pro comp between Pierce and Vic Beasley. Once I heard that, I thought that's a pretty good pro comp. He's a speed bendy guy. He does what he does. It's funny when you this is a great question. When you listen to all the things, there's off the field concerns that are real bad, and there are off the field concerns that are like, well, he's just a little disinterested and we need to get him a little bit more motivated. And there are some off the field concerns you're like, I don't think that's a problem at all. You're telling me he likes neuroscience and knitting or something, and that's a problem, but like it's
Aaron Foster and philosophy,
there's levels to this thing. You don't want to be Myron Rolle. He's got too many options. But I would say Pierce's red flags, if you would even call them that, are more the sort of red flags for a gifted child who's bored in the class, and you're like, he needs to be in another class. This guy needs to be making $1 million a sack to be interested, I think, and he will be. But I don't necessarily know if that translates to a Pro Bowl career, but I'm very interested in a scheme that has Pierce at the end and Walker maybe on the other side as a Sam linebacker standing up. You could blitz. You could do a lot of weird stuff with both of those guys at once.
By the way,
Yeah,
Matt,
I think it's going to be really.
Matt, when you mentioned Zach Wilson, that's the lower end of my dart comparison. The upper end is JJ McCarthy, and Jake Plummer. So we'll see how that works out.
No comment.
Yep.
Yeah, it's painful. I mean, that's like PTSD for JETS fans.
I'm okay. I had some ayahuasca with Aaron Rodgers in a mud hut, and we sweat it out. And I'm over it. I'm over it. I'm fine.
Yeah. So I mean, I think that's a really good way, Matt Patanti, that you encapsulated how Pierce might really work out for them and how the two picks can fit together and how they aren't really redundant in terms of the role they're going to play and what Atlanta can do. And like you said, urgency. It's really urgency because, again, how about the Rams, by the way? Year after year, they trade their first-round pick. They finally take their first-round pick, their natural first-round pick last year. They get Jared Verse, basically like a defensive rookie of the year level performer. And then this year, they trade out of the first and get an extra first-round pick next year that, we'll see. We'll see where that pick ends up. But certainly it's a great gamble for them because, as we've talked about with this class of players moving out of the first round, they don't miss that much in terms of the quality of player on your board that you get at your next pick as we look at the talent as we go into the end of the first round. So yeah, the Rams basically showing there's not just one right way to approach the first round. You have to look at where your team is at. You have to look at the players on the board. And you have to look at what trade partners might want. So now we get to the Ravens on the clock, and we'll see as we get now to the teams that made it deep into the playoffs, teams that are in Super Bowl windows. I guess, Matt Patanti, I'll just ask you, if Eric DaCosta had you on the phone right now, getting your input into their decision, like what positions, what players do you think they should be looking at here?
So they also need edge. I'm probably going to butcher his name, but Donovan Izuridaru out of Boston College. I definitely butchered his name. He's an undersized edge rusher. He got 16.5 sacks in the ACC. He should be drafted in the next few picks. Nick Scorton out of Texas A&M should be drafted in the next few picks. I would expect some kind of defensive playmaker. There's the safety still floating around. Malachi Starks to the Eagles, yeah. Things are kind of happening on the safety front that are interesting. But again, I also feel like the trade down market is so hot. If somebody wants to get back in for Milroe, because I would think more Milroe than Sanders at this point, you could do all this stuff tomorrow. You can get all these guys tomorrow. Probably
they take Malachi Starks, the safety.
Yeah, that's a sweet pick.
Especially with Kyle Hamilton, right? I mean, shouldn't we be thinking about how Starks and Hamilton fit together, Matt Patanti? Don't you think that when they have Kyle Hamilton, that can even amplify the value of Starks?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a Kyle Hamilton owner in our IDP Dynasty League, and this does not make me feel bad. It doesn't feel like Hamilton's production is going to go down. It feels like they have got even more of a stealthy kind of looks, and there's no shortage of smart. I like that they went with the instinctual player over the Raz 10, Nick Emanuori, who's also a great ball hawk. But it's just like this is what I mean by the teams at the bottom you just have to make good picks. You don't have to lose all your games to get to the top. You just have to make smart picks with what you're given.
And they do.
And that seems to be an annual storyline with the Ravens. And, we mentioned the Eagles a bunch. We'll see what good player they get here. Malachi Starks, I just got to mention this. He was homeless for a stretch of his childhood. Another guy who's inefficient in hunting. And this is really sad, but I feel like I want to say it because his number, the number he chose, is in memory of his cousin who died when he was 7 in a murder suicide. His father, which is just to carry on that memory. Keon was his name, number 24, and Malachi Starks in youth football played quarterback, running back, wide receiver, linebacker, cornerback, safety, and right tackle. So, he really was a do everything player. You can imagine him in youth football. They're like, we can just put him everywhere. He can play everywhere. And as a Steelers fan, it's painful to see this happen every year, that the Ravens get good players that fit, and good players that free their other good players up to become even better players. And, are you ready, Matt Waldman? Are you ready to formally make the move over to Ravens fandom?
I'm about 99% there. I would say that. I'm pretty close. I've been there for a while now, but I'm waiting for another disaster to fully tip it all the way through. I think I actually watched every Ravens game past 2 years. I've watched like 2 Browns games last year. So might be the case.
Yeah, when in doubt, take a Georgia defender. It's worked out well for the Eagles. And now we get to the Lions. And remembering how the Lions got ushered out of the playoffs last year by Jaden Daniels. We'll probably look for defense here, Bob. So what are your hopes here? The Bills? Who's our hopes to get a fantasy relevant player off the board by the end of the first round?
I don't know that anybody is a certain lock for that. I mean, Washington, you could talk about maybe has the need at wide receiver to some degree. They just added Deebo Samuel though, and so I don't know. I don't think anyone here is a lock to get an offensive player. I think the Bills could use a wide receiver, but they paid Josh Palmer a heck of a lot of money, $10 million a year to come on. So I'm not 100% sold that we're going to see somebody go that we're really interested in, which all but guarantees that a running back that I don't want to see on some team that I already have heavily invested in the running back is going to get sunk.
Can I, since I have such smart, intelligent people, can I selfishly ask for some fantasy advice? Trip suckered me into this really expensive and fancy league where I have a total rebuild and I have the 102. Okay, so Jinty's going 1. I've been trying to trade down. Now I'm thinking Hunter at 2, but I'm also thinking Tet at 8. The Tet pick those are probably the 2 that I would be thinking about at this point at the top of the draft. And I want to know what you guys' thoughts are on that.
I'll start.
So it's not an. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a tight end premium. It is IDP. It's dynasty. It's salary cap. It's so complicated.
I would just say that probably your safest pick is Hunter, just because he already has an excellent starter opposite him. So he's going to get some nice looks. He's already strong route runner, good after the catch. All those things that you want to see from a player. He would have graded in my top 5 to 6 players last year at wide receiver. So he's that good. Whereas Tet sounds nice and it's kind of a sexy pick, but he has no craft off the line of scrimmage in terms of patience and suddenness to be able to use pacing to set defenders up. He's just a big dude who shows moves at the college level and uses his length, and he's going to have to work on that a little bit more. So it may work out for him, but he's got more work ahead. So he's the flashier highlight player without the substance that Hunter has.
I think at some point I go to what Nick Saban said earlier is the guys that score touchdowns are way more important than guys that defend against them, especially if this team wants to go where they want to go. And by the way, for teams still needing a skill player, how about Mason Taylor to the Philadelphia Eagles?
That's to me, I think that's the most obvious fit.
Yeah, I've seen that. I forget whose mock it was today. Mm-hmm.
There is a Bowling Green connection with Harold Fannin and one of the coaches. It wouldn't be for tonight, but if it doesn't work out, I agree with Taylor as well.
Yeah.
I mean, looking at all the teams left, I mean, everybody could use, like, there's talk about Jameson Williams. Are they going to pick up the option? They haven't yet in Detroit. Or do they feel like he's a trustworthy character? I don't know. It seems like he's been progressing in that regard, but he's had some progressing to do. I think Washington could use one, but it's obviously not a primary need. I think Buffalo could use one, not a primary need. The Chiefs now, it's assuming Rashee Rice is back. They've re-signed Marquise Brown, and they have high hopes for him. I don't know if there's going to be the skill players I love going in the next few picks until Mason Taylor goes with that last pick.
Yeah, I mean, I could totally see that. Go ahead, Bloom.
Yeah, no, well, first of all, just really quick to Matt Batanti's question. I think that if you don't see a big gap between Hunter and McMillan, then trade down. Because someone might take Hampton number 2 anyway. He's the person you trade down. They might be hot and heavy for him. So trade down if you don't see a gap. I would see a larger gap. But on our dream combinations of one of these last picks, and that could happen. There was talk that the Commanders wanted to add a more explosive element to their backfield. And if we look at their backfield, I don't think Brian Robinson or Austin Eckler are part of their team next year.
I would agree.
What about TreVeyon Henderson? What about TreVeyon Henderson to Washington?
If you think that would not make me happy, think again.
Eckler is just about finished as a player, and I love Eckler. But
Lions went defensive tackle, by the way, Tyleik Williams.
Yeah.
Wow.
No,
so Tyleik Williams is a genuine surprise. Not a player that we saw mocked in the first round, but they went defense. Go ahead, Matt Batanti.
So just to get in on this, so Hutchinson gets hurt. Hutchinson's playing every snap. You don't want to draft if he wasn't there, but like you could draft Mike Green or somebody else. Now you have another first-round defensive end to deal with contractually. Rather than do that, get a Derek Harmon and take some of the pressure off of the inside. You miss out on Harmon, this is their backup. They're saying we want interior pressure to take the pressure off of Aiden getting double and triple teamed.
Right, you get in Tyleik Williams, Ohio State, like a 6'3", 330 guy, just a dirty work player. Like you said, that's a perfect way to describe it. And maybe not what you were saying his job is going to be, Matt Batanti. That's what his job is going to be. And maybe it's one of those players that has more value to Detroit than he would to other teams. And it's not sexy, but it fits in the same mold as Derek Harmon, Kenneth Grant to an extent, even Mason Graham to an extent. And they got him later than those players went off of the board. And it shows that they're self-scouting and they're trying to make up for some of the problems they had last year, like you said, Matt Batanti, after they went out of the playoffs. So now we get to Washington.
I don't want to tear down those other picks, but this is a pretty good value. You know what I mean? I don't want to tear down Mason Graham or Grant, but those are pretty dear prices to pay for guys who have pretty serious limitations in their scouting reports. And maybe it was name brand. I don't know why they went so high. I remember a player named Gabe Watson, and I'm really scared of Kenneth Grant's ability to go 60 plays a game, So, the Ohio State guys, they just get it done. It's almost basically a pro program down there, and they know the expectations are high. It's not a joke. It's just like the NFL. And not to say that they're the only ones that do it, but there's only a few places that are like that right now.
Yeah, you can see it. I mean,
quick thought from Jason Wood, our colleague at Footballguys. He is a big Eagles fan. He's thinking they're going to go defense with this last pick. Mike Green, Donovan Ezraku, Nicky Manwari, or Maxwell Harrison are the guys that he thinks he could see them taking, and that would totally make sense as well. I would prefer maybe the offense,
but they can probably get Mason Taylor in the second round.
So.
Maybe,
or there was talk they were trying to trade back up into the first again. Maybe they're ready to move up into second too.
Maybe they were just going to trade up and get Jalen Milroe just to troll the Giants
and Bob Harris.
Yeah, and me.
Yeah. Well, and it would, the annual storyline of the Eagles getting someone at the end of the first round. I mean, Green would fit that, although with the sexual assault accusations in his past, there's a reason that he's falling in the first round. There was a reason that there were some questions about where he was going to go. Certainly, as Raku is a super strong, safe pick edge for the Eagles to add here. And Emanwari in the Derwin James mold, I think he even said that's the player he patterns his game after. What defense couldn't use that? And Hairston just would bring speed, a lot of speed. And what defense can't use that at cornerback? As we wait on the Washington Commanders pick, as we get here close to the end of the first round, I guess Matt Patonti, let's give people, because like you said, some of the offensive linemen maybe in a typical year would not have gone this high, but when we get into the second round, they're probably going to be some nice players, or will there be? Is that part of what forced some of these teams to take tackles in the first round? Give us some names and your idea of the offensive line landscape for tomorrow night.
Yeah, I mean, I like Ozzie Trapello from Boston College, Anthony Belton, NC State, Charles Grant, William & Mary. Grant was another former wrestler. I think there's value in the middle, especially a tackle and guard. I wanted to give Bob a little hope, and in my mock, I had the Chiefs going offense at 31. Like, is Luther Burden still out there? That sort of thing.
Yeah, which is probably the most interesting one, because when you look at Luther Burden, I think he's the best receiver in this class, and I think that it's if they're overthinking that he's bored at Missouri, and that's the problem. Like you made the reference, Matt, about having a guy who's a little bored in class, but he's a very advanced player. That's Luther Burden. So I would have been perfectly happy, regardless of what the media thought of Carolina taking him. I think if Carolina had gotten him, they would have actually gotten a player who could play all three positions. And when they started to add more depth and talent at the wide receiver position, they could move him to the position where that makes sense. Because right now, I honestly think you could just say, if you could find a way to be able to say Coker, McMillan, Leggett all in one just big slur, it's one big play. It's just one player, in a lot of sense. McMillan's slightly different flavor than that, but they need, getting Burden at least keeps them open to not having a log jam and doing the dumbass things that the Patriots have done over and over again, which that I pick on a lot. But even past couple of years, they're like, oh, we're picking different than a slot player now. We're getting flanker slot combinations. Like they've learned flanker in their vocabulary, but they don't know what a split end is. So it's like, you don't want Carolina to fall victim to that. And I think there's a lot of teams that are going to be very happy to see Luther Burden in the second round. I mean, I think that's a terrific option for them. And then you still look at guys like Jalen Noel, Isaiah Bond, depending on how they look at the character stuff, that if he doesn't fall too far, but those are some guys that I think people are going to be really interested in the next round or two.
We do have a pick for Washington, and it is an offensive tackle. And Matt Patonti, this is a
former running back.
A former running back, right? Running back to offensive line. The running back to offensive line switch for Josh Connerly Jr. This is a guy, Matt Patonti. I know I saw some boards where some people were saying, hey, Connerly belongs in a conversation with some of these other names that went a lot earlier in the first round. Where are you on him?
Yeah, I think that there was hype on this player going into the Senior Bowl, and he had a really bad rep against Mike Green, which you can pull up at your leisure. And that rep really cost this player 15 draft slots, I'd say. And he bounced back and did the best he could, but he has all the gifts that you want out of a tackle. And the Commanders they're loading up for right now. They can't have their season derailed if there's an injury at tackle. They need to they making trades. They're bringing in draft picks. I think this is probably more of competition for Brandon Coleman at the right tackle spot. But basically, they're not. And also, Sam Cosme is not necessarily going to be available on day one. So they just need bodies right now. This could be a player that starts at right guard and bumps out to right tackle after Sam comes back. I could see something like that happening.
Quickly,
Yeah, smart pick. Go ahead.
Sig, let me just jump in. Brian Daboll has spoken, and Russell Wilson is the starting quarterback for the New York Football Giants as we head into the season.
And he won't be play blocked and allowed to be a quarterback this year, as opposed to what Arthur Smith did. So where are we at left? We got the Bills got their pick in, right?
Probably
coming up,
or possibly wide out.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, very possible.
Yeah, I saw Luther Burden was a name. I mean, Burden was actually mentioned a lot. Burden to the Bills I saw that in more than one place. So that'll be interesting. Bob, I know that you have to go off to SiriusXM and enlighten the people over there. This is the first year, I hope, of many years of adding only what you, Bob Harris, can add. Tell us your final impressions
Anger
spending
when my
the
guys
first
aren't
round
picked.
with us. And
anger when my bets fall, investments are crushed. Thank you for having me on. It was great to be with you guys. Great being with football guys in general. Couldn't have asked for a better landing spot. But beyond that, getting opportunities to do things like this that are truly special. Love the audience that you guys have built over time, and that I'm getting to enjoy. As I just jump into the fray, they've embraced me, and it feels really good. So appreciate y'all having me on. This has been a blast. Can't wait to do it again.
Well, we'll embarrass you on Monday. We'll embarrass you when you leave the show.
It's not hard.
We'll just give you a little bit, because I think I know at least two of us who used to read you when we were coming up.
Eagles traded up.
ooh,
Eagles moved up one spot with
There
the
it
Chiefs. I don't have the details yet. And I will run along and leave you guys to commiserate over the picks when they take Mason Taylor and Jason Wood doesn't get his way. Or you'll hear me cussing probably still when they take a defensive player. Let's put it like that. Sorry, Joe.
At least there's another person who can do sorry, Joe, around
Indeed.
here. There we go.
Thanks, guys. I
Oh, yeah.
appreciate you.
All right,
Good luck,
see you later.
everybody.
Maxwell Hairston.
Listen to me tonight. After this show is over, I'll be on from midnight to 1 a.m. on Sirius tonight,
Yeah.
from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. tomorrow night. Saturday afternoon, I'll be on from 4 to 7. Might be joined by one Matt Waldman. Sunday, I'll be on from 3 to 5, so you won't miss me. And I'll be on with Kluge and Alfredo tomorrow night, too. See you all later.
See us.
Oh yeah, that's right. By the way, on this channel, Dave and Alfredo, Jeff, we're gonna have a second and third round. I'm gonna be at Jazz Fest, but a second and third round coverage, and because it's football guys, and we love football, and we love all of our people, and we love Bob Harris, and we love everybody that we got to join us. So Maxwell Hairston ends up being the pick here. And this was a name that was trending into the first round. And it's just, and you guys are going to have to make sure if I missed the pick here, but Hairston, speed at corner for Buffalo. Matt Waldman, do you think that's responsive, for a team trying to keep that Super Bowl window open and just can't get over the hump? Adding speed to, Davies defensive backfield anymore. How do you feel about this pick for the Bills?
Yeah, I mean, they brought Tre'Davious White back, so I mean, I think they're probably also getting a guy who understands, their system, their organization, who can be a little bit of a mentor, at least by example. That they, even if he's not a direct mentor to Maxwell Hairston, then they probably determined that this was the best possible pick for them in terms of what they needed with their team. I know we talked about Luther Burden, but the thing is with that team, they like spreading the ball around. They pretty much made a referendum on saying getting rid of Stephon Diggs by saying, you know what, we don't want to have Josh over target one guy. We want to teach him how to, make decisions where he doesn't lean on somebody and he can spread it out. And I think that while Burden might have been a nice pick in theory, the more you can do to try and contain your opposing offenses, the better. So I get it.
Yeah, they have enough on offense. I mean, Burden would have been maybe a luxury pick, but Hairston is more of a foundational pick in terms of what they can look to, not just in the near term, but the long term. Matt Batanti, what do you think about the Eagles moving up one spot? It's kind of like when the Chiefs moved up just a few spots for Xavier Worthy, and then the Panthers moved up one spot. It was the Bills on the other side of those trades for Xavier Legette. Do you think they must have really must make the player feel good, at least moving up just one spot for a player?
I think they're at the point as a program where they don't necessarily need quantity. They have just a few spots that they know are actually competitive. One of them is safety to replace CJ Gardner-Johnson. They could always need another corner. But to talk about Hairston real quick, speed. How did the Bills season end? They ended with not quite able to stop the Chiefs, and how did the Chiefs play? They play man to man, try to cover my man, and this guy might actually be able to do it. That's the way I see that kind of thing. I always look for the storylines here, and I couldn't quite I thought it would be Trey Amos, but I knew they were going to take a corner just because of the way their season ended,
No, it makes
That's
sense,
a
and I
great
like
point.
reverse engineering it. I really like reverse engineering picks. I mean, if there are front offices and coaches that are rationally and accurately seeing their teams, and it does seem like the Bills are doing that, so it makes sense, and makes sense for keeping that window open, and we'll see who the Eagles coveted so much. Matt Waldman, since we just got a few more minutes here and a few more picks, who are some of your favorite wide receiver, maybe a running back or two, although we might be waiting for the 30 for those guys? Who are a couple of guys that you're excited, or could be a third day guy that you're excited personally, just based on the time that you put in getting to know their game, excited to see where they're going to land in the next 2 days?
Well, I want to see what smart team actually, how intelligent or how stupid the team is that picks Jalen Milroe based on what their depth chart looks like. So I think that that's going to be an interesting development for sure. We've seen 2 running backs go off the board. I thought there'd only be 3 in the first round as kind of a contrarian idea of how this would work out. But I still think that there's a shot that we may only see no more than 4 in the first 3 rounds. We'll see how that works out. But guys that I would probably look at here, Quinshon Judkins, where he's going to go is going to be a potential bargain there. Trevion Henderson obviously is certainly in that mix. Cam Scatabo, he really, if you just take out pass protection as the issue, if they just decide we're not going to let him headbutt anybody in the chest and we don't have to, worry about concussions or broken necks, then, you're probably looking at a top 3 to 5 back in this class. I mean, he's really that good of a player. He's a David Montgomery type with a little bit more in the tank athletically and a little bit less sense in without the ball in his hands. So that could be really nice. At wide receiver, Caleb Johnson, what zone team's going to take him? And does that mean he's going to be a starter, or is he going to be the guy that everybody's going, just you wait, and then we're waiting forever to find out. Wide receiver, certainly, how far does Isaiah Bond drop? Where does Luther Burden drop? Because teams often, the anonymous scouts. I was reading off anonymous scout BS last night on a podcast, and one of them was Jalen Hurts. He might be a locker room issue. I mean, really? Exactly, right? So but those are things that happen when they want to see players drop. And I think when you have anonymous scout who gives a take this month, it's usually an attempt to get a player to fall. So Luther Burden is probably one of those players that they want to see fall. Isaiah Bond is probably a player they go, do we want to be the one that catches them? That's going to be the big question there. Where does Jaden Higgins go? Does he go at all in the first 2 days, or is he more of the the Equanimous St. Brown kind of, I don't think he's that bad, but like that kind of pick where, that the media rated him higher than he actually is, or Jack Besh. Will the NFL like him as much as the media likes him? Those are some guys. Noel is a favorite across the board, I think. And Trey Harris, a lot of people will be clamoring for him, but we'll see if he's not more than the early day 3 pick. And then, Mason Taylor, Harold Fannin. Those are probably the 2 guys that I think should probably go off boards if you're looking for a receiver first. But if you're looking for the sucker at the table, when the team that picks Terrence Ferguson too early will probably be the sucker at the table. So that's it's just something to look out for, I would say. And that Ferguson could be good, but you're going to have to really scheme everything up because he's just big and he's very linear, and linear guys don't win all that well in the NFL. And so he can catch, but it's like the Gesicki role with a little bit, in that sense. And it's just like Gesicki's going to have a long career, but how many teams is he being on now? So he's not that elite guy. Jihad Campbell. That's who the Eagles get.
Oh, boy.
Well, and it makes sense.
That's a great pick.
It makes sense. Yeah. I mean, that's a player that you would say, let's throw a 5th round pick. I think that was the trade, a 5th round pick to move up 1 spot. And that's a player that has had knee problems. Now he's got a shoulder issue. He may start the season on the PUP list. I don't know if even his other shoulder's in great shape, but as a player in this draft, he's a top 15 pick. So it happened again, Matt Batanti. It happened again. The Eagles got a player at the end of the 1st round that shouldn't have been there.
So much for my Jeremiah Trotter Jr. shares. I like that we can make these jokes and we all laugh. We're like, Terrence Ferguson, that's hilarious. Nobody gets my jokes, you guys. The people in the supermarket don't get these references. It's just nice to have someone get my references. But yeah, I mean, I love the game of Jihad Campbell, and I love the idea that they could let him sit for a while. Maybe it could be more of like, we're going to pass rush more with Bond. We're going to take Bond and make him the Brandon Graham. And now we need someone to play linebacker, I don't know, just thinking out loud. But like, that's the type of player that can, assuming they must have looked at him and said, yeah, he's got all these like wear and tear issues, which is not that uncommon at guys coming out of Bama and these football factories.
No,
maybe we'll let him sit for 6 months, or like you say, pup him, and it doesn't hurt anything. It doesn't hurt the roster spots or anything. And then the next year, maybe it's like an extra 1st rounder almost,
You get the versatility of what you can do with your team now, the redundancy in place. Yeah. And your bank and
Campbell can pass rush too.
Yes. No, he's similar to Jalen Walker, where you have some edge rush potential, but also he's an off-ball linebacker. And just real quick on Campbell, raised by his mom. I remember Mark Folletti and I talked 15 years ago about doing a film project on the single moms that raised players who end up in the NFL. Work done, right? But South Jersey, went to IMG Academy. Alabama, you mentioned that phenomenon. Matt Batanti. I think there was a stretch for a while there where every Alabama 1st round pick, or almost every Alabama 1st round pick, had to have some sort of surgery before their rookie year, because I can't remember who it was. I don't know if it was like Eddie Lacy or somebody who said, like, if you take a week off of practice, you might lose your job. Like, if you say, like, I'm too hurt to practice, you might lose your job that week. So you just keep playing through stuff. You just keep gnashing your teeth and playing, because you have another 5-star guy right behind you. And that might.
I knew University of Miami guys from the 80s who were on the scout team who probably were never the same again, just because they were scout team guys against those Hurricanes for 3-4 years. It was just like they probably needed veterans benefits, if we still had veterans benefits at this time. Yeah. So yeah,
I heard that team was sponsored by Pablo Escobar, actually.
I mean, I really wish people. I mean, if you missed out like the true golden age of college football, what was it? Miami and Notre Dame, like the Sinners versus the Saints. That
No
game
cap
um,
versus conflict.
and which is when
That's
it
what
took on
they
those things.
call
By the way,
Notre Dame. Yeah. Look, we're off the rails. We only got 2 minutes
yes.
off the rails.
By the way,
We're okay.
on Maxwell, exactly. Oh God, yeah, absolutely. No, those were different times. By the way, on Hairston, his nickname's Mad Max, and he's a Southeast Michigan guy. Also has some background at wide receiver. And we get now to Kansas City. If they stay, maybe they'll trade down again. But yeah, it's one thing you can count on is Howie Roseman getting a player in the first round that everyone says, how did they get him? How did they get him? Nat Batanti, because I know you and I always have conversations. We have like big picture conversations about the draft. What do you see as you look back on this first round, or you look back on this draft season and how it's culminated so far in this first round as storylines? Because there's the name, image, likeness. There's how that's changed things. There's the idea about the quality of this class. There's the idea about which positions teams care more and less about. What do you see as some big picture things that you might remember from this year?
I mean, I'll remember Hunter coming out in that magenta suit and dancing for what felt like 10 minutes. Like it is entertainment at the end of the day. And I like that he's like, you came to see me, I'll entertain you, And the league wants stars. I think it's a good night to be an offensive line analyst. Like I felt like there's just such a shortage, and I wouldn't call this I didn't see any Joe Alt or Penei Sewell or Lane Johnson in this crop, but it doesn't matter. They just keep getting driven up because of supply and demand, and you can't find these guys. I'm going to be on the early shift with the guys tomorrow, and I'm super psyched to see all the offensive names that Waldman just mentioned go off the board. Hopefully, I really love talking draft with football guys. It's one of my favorite things to do, to be honest.
I just want to add something, just because I have family from Ohio State, and I'm not a big Ohio State loyalist, but it's just fun to pick on Jim Harbaugh a little bit, maybe because I like John better. But I'm looking at Jim Harbaugh during his tenure with San Francisco and some of his picks. Alden Smith in the first round, AJ Jenkins, the wide receiver of Illinois, in the first round. Eric Reed wasn't bad, but he had LaMichael James as his second round pick at running back. Carlos Hyde was his second round pick in 2014.
Yeah.
So who reminds me a little bit of Carlos Hyde, who they just picked. But Carlos, yeah. So it's going to be kind of interesting. I'm wondering about old Jim and his influence in some of these in this draft room and how that worked out.
All the linemen went. Another one went to KC.
Maybe Bo says we blame Trent Baalke for those picks. Sir.
Yes. Maybe they do.
We get to send us off with this one. You get to send us off with this one, Matt Batanti, because we talked about Buffalo and how Buffalo's season ended and how their pick addresses this. Now, Joe Thuney, who's now with Chicago, not a terrible left tackle, but that wasn't the plan for the Chiefs. And certainly we saw just relentless pass rush from the Eagles in the Super Bowl. So here now is Simmons, and give folks, familiarize them with that storyline that, hey, if Simmons was healthy, maybe he would have been the first tackle off of the board in this class.
Absolutely. Simmons measures well. He's got the length that the scouts want. He has tremendous film against players like Carter, top tier player. He suffered a patella tendon rupture, which is a tough injury to come back from, especially for guys of that size. But, we live in this medical Marvel age where the doctors are like bigger stars than I went to Dr. Ateche or whatever. I don't even know their names, but they're like reality TV shows, it's like and these guys they're making miracles happen. So, I forget the guy's name. I probably butcher it, but they drafted a guy out of Arizona last year. It didn't work out for him at left tackle, and they have all these. They need to fix this left tackle problem at Kansas City. They have to do it. They're bringing in guys. They brought in Jalen Moore from San Francisco. They need to fix this one problem. So I think we're almost out of tackles and linemen. Like, I don't know if you ask me who's the next lineman to go. Like, I don't know who it is. I feel like I didn't even really expect Booker to go as high as he did.
Yeah, maybe the Arizona Savanayana.
Yeah,
Is that his name?
Jonah.
Maybe
Jonah and the Whale.
Jonah, yeah. But and this comes back to something you were saying earlier in the night, that the good teams can stay good because you're getting players. Simmons, we can look back in 2 years and Simmons and Campbell could easily be 2 of the 10 best players from this draft, and the 2 teams that just played in the Super Bowl got them. So,
or Simmons and Kimball. I thought you meant Gian Campbell, but Will Campbell. But yeah, either way, you know what I mean. Like, but it could be the top and the bottom of the round. Is either way, the metaphor works. It's like making good decisions.
Yeah, it does. And I see the chat room. By the way, I'm working on a device. Thanks for everybody it's a great compliment to hang out, even though, and then all my colleagues here with my New Orleans internet. But certainly the draft comes through loud and clear. The quality of football guys and our staff and the human beings. The quality of the chat room, yes. The quality of all of the football discussion, all of the wonderful things that we get to enjoy because we get to serve as an audience, the best audience. And a lot of what we are putting out there, we're just reflecting off of this great audience that we get to serve. So again, tomorrow night, same coverage. Matt Patanti will be back. Many other great football guys, staffers will be back tomorrow night to break down the second and third round live. Make sure to get your rookie guide 3.0. Make sure to get your RSP that will come with your post-draft RSP next week. And like I said, I'll try to get the Bloom 100 out on Monday. So we'll let this all sink in, get in a good sleep, and do it all again tomorrow. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us. It is a great honor and a pleasure and a privilege to serve you because you are all so classy.